Chapter 44-26. So that's how it is. Feng Wu smiled. No wonder I can sense the location of the great holy temple no matter where I am in the Thousand Demons' sacred realm. Especially when I was sparring with Sage Peng, I felt a kind of suction force. So that's how it is. The golden-winged roc laughed when he heard Feng Wu call their previous fight a spar. He said, earlier, I resented Saint and I for scheming against me. However, after thinking about how I benefited from this disaster, I can't be bothered to argue with him anymore. That's right. Feng Wu said earnestly, there's a saying in the human race that unity is a fortress. If the 7 sages of the great holy temple can't work together, how can we? At this point, Feng Wu was at a loss for words. Yes, what can we do? Resist the invasion of the human race? Resist the enemy? However, Feng Wu's eyes turned, and she hurriedly covered it up. How can we resist the Dragon Island's instigation? How can we avoid a disaster? What Sage Feng said is true. The Golden Roc shouted. The dragon race is clearly a branch of the demon race, but they want to call themselves the dragon race and split themselves off. They even created a dragon island to compete with the great holy temple. There are 4 dragon palaces in the 4 seas, and they are even more powerful than the Thousand Demons' sacred realm. Damn it, the more I look at them, the more I dislike them. Also, this Pentaceratops, on the surface, seems to be at odds with the Dragon Island, but who knows how many tricks they have up their sleeves. Cough cough. Feng Wu coughed twice, looked back, and changed the topic. I wonder when Sage and I and Sage Bei will arrive? Them? Humph. The Golden Roc said with disdain. They won't arrive until nightfall. Oh, right, Sage Feng, what method did that Mahayana human use? Even the old ancestor had to admit defeat? Also, what are those countless lights? It seems like, even Sage Bei was affected. Sage Bei kept saying that his bloodline was taken away, how can that be true? Feng Xing pondered for a moment and said in a low voice, this seems to be one of Spiritual Master Zhao's divine abilities. It is extremely powerful and should be related to bloodline. Daoist Master Xiao is very secretive about this kind of divine ability, and even I don't know much about it. However, if nothing unexpected happens, the 5-colored sea god shell is right. The sea god's bloodline of the Shell clan should have been taken away. Ah. Is that true? The Golden Roc was stunned to hear this. Is this human grand ascension stage being really that powerful? What do you think, Sage Peng? Feng Wu asked with a smile. If that wasn't the case, how could this sage be friends with him? Didn't I say so earlier? Daoist Xiao has helped me a lot in becoming a great sage. Although I don't know how the old ancestor helped Sage Peng become a great sage, this sage feels that. Daoist Zhao's help to this sage is definitely no less than the old ancestor's help to you. No wonder. The golden-winged great Peng bird nodded in response. In that case, I can forgive you for helping that grand ascension stage human. Feng Wu naturally didn't care about the golden-winged great Peng bird's forgiveness, but he still smiled. Since Sage Peng knows about this sage's difficulties, then it's easy to talk about it. If this sage can become friends with Daoist Xiao, then it'll be good for my 1,000 beasts sacred realm. Didn't you see? Although the old ancestor has been defeated and her natal shell has been destroyed, she still doesn't dare to do anything to Daoist Xiao. Sigh, as a junior, I don't care so much about the old ancestor's matters. It's just a pity that the 5-colored sea god shell was originally ranked 4th, but now he's ranked last among the 7 great sages. Even if he's ranked last among the 7 great sages, he's still a great sage. It's better than losing his life. Feng Wu replied indifferently. Without the sea god's bloodline, Sage Peng bird's chances of shattering the void have become even slimmer. The golden-winged great Peng bird sighed. Feng Wu didn't think much of it. No one said that becoming a great sage means that one will definitely be able to shatter the void. Among the 7 great sages, perhaps only Sage Peng bird can shatter the void. Hee hee. The golden-winged great Peng bird was rather pleased by Feng Wu's flattery. He laughed a few times and said, "You're right, Sage Peng Bird. Everyone sweeps the snow in front of their own door. Don't worry about the frost on the roof of their house." "Yes, yes." Feng Wu nodded. "We've already reached this level, so it's better not to think too much about scheming and scheming. Instead, we should think about how to reach the highest level." "Oh, right, this sage doesn't know much about the Thousand Beasts Sacred Realm. Can Sage Peng Bird explain more about it?" "Well said, well said." The golden-winged great Peng Bird was in a good mood. Before the five-colored sea god's shell and the flying feather void beast flew over, he told Feng Wu a little about the Thousand Beasts Sacred Realm. When the stars shone, the five-colored sea god's shell and the flying feather void beast did indeed arrive. The two great sages were very tactful. They didn't ask who the victor was. When the golden-winged great Peng Bird told them about how Feng Wu had used the star bridge to enter the great sage palace, the two great sages had no objections. Thus, Feng Wu raised her head and let out a phoenix cry. Her huge demonic body spread out. Then, on her back, the star patterns of the Big Dipper rotated. 7 pillars of stars fell from the Big Dipper in the starry sky. Then, the star patterns turned into a spinning shadow and rushed out. The moment the star patterns turned into a star shadow, Feng Wu sensed the location of the great sage palace. Without thinking too much, Feng Wu spread her wings. At the same time, her demonic body soared into the sky. The 7 star shadows also soared high into the sky. After the shadow spun a few times like a stream of light, boom! A rainbow bridge came through the sky. It was actually the same as the one Feng Wu saw in the Southern Sea Dragon Palace. Sage Peng Bird is indeed a 7-star great sage. Seeing that the arched rainbow bridge turned into 7 colors, the golden-winged great Peng Bird clapped his hands and shouted, "Even the star bridge is 7 colors. Come, 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 Saint and I, Saint Shell, let's each take a color." As he spoke, the golden-winged great Peng Bird landed on the yellow star bridge without waiting for Feng Wu's agreement. The flying feather void beast and the 5-colored sea god seashell looked at each other with understanding in their eyes. The 2 saints didn't say anything and each took a color. When the 3 saints landed on the bridge naturally didn't move. However, when Feng Wu's phoenix claw landed on the bridge, the space within a radius of 10,000 miles began to tremble. Then, thousands of light shadows appeared in the surroundings. These light shadows connected with the rainbow bridge's colors. Countless illusory stars were born in the light shadows, and on the other side of the bridge, an incomparably majestic palace appeared. This palace was naturally the Great Sage Palace. As soon as the Great Sage Palace appeared, it rapidly enlarged and gradually became clearer. In a trance, Feng Wu discovered that the space around him had unknowingly changed. The rainbow bridge under his feet had disappeared at some point in time. Not only was the starry sky no longer high up in the sky, but it was below his feet. Layers of nebulae flowed above his head like a river. The golden-winged great Peng Bird, the flying feather void beast, and the 5-colored sea god's shell that were standing near him also disappeared. Strange. Feng Wu glanced around and found so many strange things. He couldn't help but mutter in his heart. But the moment his eyes moved, the originally tall Great Sage Palace seemed to have been hit by a pen. The entire palace was completely distorted, turning into an enormous vortex and condensing into an extremely small dot of light. When Feng Wu looked at the dot of light again, it suddenly shrank and turned into a pitch-black dot that was close to nothingness. Hiss! Feng Wu sucked in a breath of cold air. His eyes also shrank into dots of light. He seemed to have sensed something. Feng Wu's heart skipped a beat. A powerful and unparalleled suction force appeared in the small dot and rushed out in a spiral shape. The entire starry sky, the flowing nebulae, and the 7 star patterns on Feng Wu's back, which were Feng Wu's body, suddenly distorted and were pulled in by the suction force. It was very strange. Feng Wu felt that her consciousness had been divided into 14 parts. 7 of them fell into a small dot as if they had been crushed. The shattering of the entire starry sky, the rotation of light and shadows, and the shattering of the brilliance of the nebula were all vivid in her mind. Meanwhile, the other 7 were nailed to the spot and could only watch as their surroundings turned into pitch-black darkness and finally disappeared into nothingness. Boom! The moment the shadows completely disappeared, the small dots suddenly exploded. Countless ripples of all kinds rushed out from the small dot. Every inch of the ripples would transform into different things. First, it was light, then shadows, then dust, nebulae, stars, and so on. Many things that Feng Wu had never seen before flew out. When all of them landed in various parts of the darkness, a star slowly flew out from the small dot. The moment this star flew out, many things disappeared. Only the starry sky that Feng Wu was familiar with was revealed once again. Moreover, the stars in the starry sky gradually rotated in the starry sky as the star grew larger. Each star's trajectory was different. Whoosh! When the star grew larger, the starlight of the star flashed again, and the shadow of the palace appeared. This shadow was the same as the star patterns on Feng Wu's body. It was not solid. When the shadow took shape, the star completely disappeared. Boom, boom, boom. The entire starry sky shook again. All the stars fell from the starry sky and crashed into the shadow of the palace. In the blink of an eye, a majestic great sage palace that was completely made of stars appeared once again. Woo! 7 howling winds transformed into the cries of phoenixes. In the great sage hall, where the Big Dipper had crashed into, 7 palace doors appeared, each of which was engraved with the words, Great Sage Hall. When the 7 palace doors opened at the same time, 7 stars gushed out and covered Feng Wu's consciousness in 7 different places. Just as the stars fell, the 7 consciousnesses worked together again. Woo! The 7 stars merged into one and formed an even larger star. Where the star landed, the heavenly phoenix demonic body, which had disappeared to an unknown location, appeared again. Ka-cha-cha! Countless bolts of lightning appeared around the great sage hall, and wherever the lightning struck, countless stars would appear. The 7 palace doors transformed into an even larger star door, and Feng Wu slowly flew towards the star door amidst the starry sky. Chapter 44-27. Every time Feng Wu got closer to the star gate, the accumulation of tens of thousands of years under the South Sea Dragon Palace, or even hundreds of thousands of years, melted bit by bit. Just like Xiao Hua's epiphany between life and death, it turned into starlight and fell into his consciousness. At the same time, the mysteries of the starry sky derived from the Great Sage Hall were also engraved in his star marks and consciousness. Feng Wu didn't know if time had any meaning here. Perhaps it was in the blink of an eye, or tens of thousands of years. He didn't feel anything at all. He only knew that everything was changing, but he didn't know what exactly had changed until his figure fell into the star gate. Boom! Feng Wu's consciousness was completely blank again. Just like how the Great Sage Hall was annihilated and reborn, all his consciousness gathered at one point and then reborn again. This cycle repeated a total of 7 times before Feng Wu saw that he was in a vast starry sky again. The starry sky was everywhere, up, down, left, and right. In the center of the starry sky, there were 6 stars that stood out. However, among the 6 stars, 3 of them were shining brightly, while the other 3 were dim and lightless. This is the Great Sage Hall? A proud voice came out of Feng Wu's mouth. It was the same voice as Feng Wu's, but the tone was completely different. Wasn't this the consciousness of the heavenly phoenix? Oh! The corner of the heavenly phoenix's mouth twitched, because he had already seen the figures of the golden-winged great roc, the flying feather void beast, and the 5-colored sea god's shell within the 3 starlights. Ha, Phoenix Sage! The golden-winged great roc's voice came from one of the starlights, and then the star slowly transformed, revealing a huge golden-winged great roc. Without entering the Great Sage Hall, without going through the baptism of the starry river, you will never be a true great saint. Now, you are qualified to call yourself Phoenix Sage. A 7-star great saint is indeed different. The flying feather void beast also appeared in another star. You just entered the Great Sage Hall, and your starlight is 7 times brighter than mine. Oh, your starlight has already materialized. The heavenly phoenix's gaze swept over, and he could already tell that the star formed by the golden-winged great rock was much more solid, while the flying feather void beast and the five-colored sea god's shell were much more illusory. The rainbow sea god's seashell also forced a smile onto its face. The holy phoenix's starlight has already been withdrawn, and it's not far from materializing. Boom, boom, boom. Before the five-colored sea god's seashell could finish, in the starry sky, the 7 stars shine brightly. Along with this light, the star patterns on the heavenly phoenix's back suddenly rush out of the monster body. An extremely strong suction force is generated from the star patterns. This suction force ignores space and falls into the 7 stars. Boom. The 7 stars shattered at the same time and issued a loud sound. They turned into countless stardust particles and fell into the ruins of the Big Dipper. Ah. What's going on? Even the five-colored seashell and the flying feather void beast were shocked. They had never seen anything like this before, nor had they seen anything like this in the records of the Great Sacred Hall. They didn't know what was going on. After the 7 stars shattered, the 7 spots were empty. However, this wasn't the end. Immediately after, 6 more stars lit up. The 6 pillars of stars fell on 6 of the 132 million dots. The bloodlines of the 6 dots began to mutate within the pillars of stars. As they fused with the transparent body, 6 star patterns slowly formed on the transparent body. Every tiny star pattern carried a mysterious aura, as well as a vast and unparalleled power of the stars and moon. Unlike the 7 stars of the Big Dipper, the 6 stars of the Southern Dipper had transformed into shadows. The 6 stars of the Southern Dipper? How is this possible? The golden-winged rock's body couldn't turn into a star under the starlight of the heavenly phoenix and had been forced to turn into a monster body. Seeing this, he cried out in disbelief, could it be that the 7-star great saint is going to become a 13-star great saint? No, it's not just that. The flying feather void beast's eyes were filled with extreme terror. Its tentacles pointed at the stars that lit up one after another. It was almost as if they were about to explode. The great golden-winged rock shifted his gaze away from the heavenly phoenix and looked towards the starry sky. Sure enough, the stars lit up one by one, and pillars of starlight fell from the sky, blasting into the heavenly phoenix's demonic form. The heavenly phoenix's demonic form gradually began to expand, enveloping the entire great sage hall. In front of this gigantic demonic form, the demonic form that the great golden-winged rock was so proud of was like a sparrow. The pillars of stars in the sky finally converged into a river of stars. Countless mysteries of the stars filled the great sacred hall as if they were free. The 5-colored seashell could no longer think with his body. When he looked at the great sage hall again, it no longer looked like a sacred hall. Instead, it had turned into a gigantic planet. This planet was made up of tens of millions of planets, and every single one of them had turned into a pitch-black vortex. These vortexes were filled with a strange and powerful suction force. Not only did they suck in the surrounding light and shadows, but they also drew in endless stars through the mysterious bridge of stars. This corresponded to the brilliant starry sky above the 1,000 demons' sacred realm. It was as bright as day. In the extreme north of the 1,000 demons' sacred realm, there was a thick layer of ice as far as the eye could see. There was no sun or blue sky in the sky. Layers of dark clouds completely covered the horizon, and goose feather-like snowflakes filled the world and fell. There was no wind in the sky, only the falling snowflakes. The mountains of different heights didn't look like mountains at all. All that was left was a faint outline. There was a huge ice plain between the mountains, and there were no traces of the demon race on it. The fluffy snow was like a wrinkle-free quilt covering the earth. Occasionally, there would be a hard layer of ice between the mountain peaks. It was abnormally translucent. When the snowflakes fell, they would instantly become a part of the ice layer. At the moment when the snowflakes were frozen, the ice threads reflected the sky full of snow. The ice was like a mirror. It was as if snow was pouring out from the sky and earth, majestically surging through the world. Puff! Out of nowhere, there was a sudden movement in the snow-white world. Then, there was another puff, puff, puff sound. There was a place full of black holes in the snowy plains. The holes were not big, only a few inches wide. They were like eyes that had been born out of the earth, looking straight at the gloomy sky. Who? When a small red head poked out of the hole, a chubby little face appeared in the light of the snow. The most spirited feature on the little face was the pair of eyes. Two red agate-like eyeballs were rolling around on the crimson face. Below the eyes was the most striking nose on the little face. The nose actually took up 40% of the little face. There were even a few pieces of snow stuck on the nose. The snow slowly melted under the hot breath exhaled from the nostrils and dripped onto the mouth below the nose. As if it was itchy, the little mouth opened slightly, revealing two sharp, snow-white incisors. Slurp. Between the incisors, a small pink tongue quickly curled around the lips, and the snow instantly disappeared. After the small tongue retracted, the little mouth happily moved up and down. Gee. Sounds came from within. After a few more cries, 3 red claws stretched out from under the little head. Each of the claws was holding a demonic fruit that was only a few inches long. Crunch crunch. The little head lowered, and the sharp teeth landed on the demonic fruit. In a few breaths' time, the demonic fruit was completely devoured. In the end, the pink tongue licked the 3 claws again, sweeping away the remains and juice of the demon fruit. At this place, crunch crunch. Sounds of crunching could be heard everywhere, covering the sound of snow falling from the sky. Tens of thousands of little heads like this had already appeared in the snow plains, and each of them greedily ate the demonic fruit. These cute little creatures were the commonly seen autumn rats in the northernmost part of the Thousand Demons' sacred realm. Crunch crunch. The sounds of crunching were extremely rhythmic, but all of a sudden, all of the sounds stopped. All of the autumn rats put down the demonic fruit that they were eating, and their little heads swayed left and right with all their might. Their eyes were filled with panic. Swoosh. Just a few dozen feet away from these autumn rats, a sound suddenly came from a small pile of snow. A white figure flashed out from the pile of snow, and pounced on the closest autumn rat. Puff. Where the white figure landed, a red light flashed from within the hole, and the autumn rat had already fallen into the snow. The white figure's figure only caused snow and dust to fly, but it did not manage to grab a single strand of the autumn rat's red hair. At this moment, the white figure's figure was revealed. It was the autumn rat's natural enemy, the snow spear. This snow spear was like a leopard cat, but its 4 hooves were closer to the sides of its body, and there was an almost transparent membrane between its hooves. When the snow spear's attack missed, its membrane flapped again, and its body floated like a snowflake. It was as fast as lightning, and it attacked the closest autumn rat. Swoosh. The autumn rat immediately retracted its head, but the snow spear's figure swayed, and it actually abandoned the autumn rat and turned to the other side. Over there, another autumn rat stuck its head out of the hole in the snow, as if it was watching a show. It was not in a hurry to escape, as if a life and death battle on this lonely snowy plains was also interesting. Seeing the snow spear suddenly pounce on it, the autumn rat was greatly frightened. It was already unable to dodge, and its little head only retracted half an inch. Puff. The snow spear's claws landed on the autumn rat's skull with lightning speed, and some green-red blood spurted out while emitting hot air. Once the snow spear succeeded, it did not stop at all. Its membrane flapped, and its figure flew into the distance. Under its sharp claws, the snow spear's corpse dripped with blood, and it fell onto the snowy plains. Looking at the distant autumn rats, as the snow spear flew away, they began to become active again. They did not panic just because an autumn rat was killed, and the autumn rats that were slightly further away did not even notice that an autumn rat was killed. Chapter 44:28. However, just as the snow sprite's sharp claws dragged the autumn rat across the snowy plains and was about to choose a place to eat, the snow sprite's body suddenly stopped. The snow-white fur all over its body exploded with a schwa sound as its entire body silently fell into the snow. Immediately after, the originally tranquil snowy sky in the distant sky suddenly swept up several peerless hurricanes. The hurricanes were like huge spirals that swept across the sky ostentatiously. The fluttering snowflakes and the seemingly solidified red clouds in the sky were stirred up at the same time. It was the appearance of a storm. What was special was that just as the hurricanes rose, a valiant aura of a king surged over from afar. It couldn't help but fill up the entire sky. Even the snow on the snowy plains and mountain ranges were swept up. Even the solid ice city cracked with creaking sounds. Whoosh! The snow spear instinctively threw away the autumn rat's corpse. Its body didn't run away at all. It immediately rushed into the snow and disappeared in a moment. Looking behind the snow spear, the originally cheerful autumn rats had long disappeared without a trace. Only the corpse of the autumn rat with green-red blood flowing on its head was left staring blankly at the sky, allowing the swirling snowflakes to float past its big nose. The snow spear looked up at the sky. Autumn rat looked at the sky. As the wind blew and the clouds swayed, 3 huge figures appeared. The first was a dragon. The dragon bared its fangs and brandished its claws. Demonic clouds covered its body. Behind the dragon was a vermilion bird with flames all over its body. The vermilion bird's flames burned the space until it distorted. Its entire body gave off an ethereal feeling. On the vermilion bird's right was a huge spider with a colorful body. This spider was different from ordinary spiders. Its entire demonic body was slightly longer, and its huge claws flashed with a pitch-black luster. Between the spider's carapace and between the joints of its claws, there was a lot of golden fur. The fur swayed in the wind, and a lot of pitch-black demonic chi surged out. The demonic chi was mixed with thick blood. When it landed on the spider's carapace, it actually revealed the shape of dragon scales. What was special was that on the spider's swaying head, some valiant dragon might would faintly emerge from a protrusion from time to time. Weren't the 3 demons who had broken the tranquility of the snowland the 3 great saints of the demon race who had come to the northernmost part of the 1,000 demons' sacred realm for an exploration? The mystic armored pentaceratops, the red flame vermilion bird, and the nether dragon spider? The 3 great saints of the demon clan naturally couldn't pay attention to autumn rat and snow shark on the snowy plains. That huge figure flashed past autumn rat's dead eyes, and his vast vital consciousness had already scattered into the distance. Cough cough. The nether demonic dragon spider coughed and said in a hoarse voice, "Dragon sage, who do you think this new 7-star great saint is? I've been waiting in the great sage hall for so long, but he hasn't come? Could it be that he can avoid the great sage hall's star bridge?" Humph. The mystic armored pentaceratops snorted coldly like thunder. "How would I know? I'm just a 1-star great saint. I don't have the strength to resist the star bridge, but maybe this 7-star great saint can." Kiki. The scarlet flame vermilion bird laughed shrilly. Its voice was very similar to Zhu Mei's in the past. "I just don't know how strong this 7-star great saint is. I wonder who's stronger between him and Rock Sage." The scarlet flame vermilion bird's words seemed to have provoked the pentaceratops. The pentaceratops curled its tail and roared towards the sky. In the sky, a huge hole appeared in the clouds. Behind the hole, a beam of sunlight pierced through the hole. Although the sunlight seemed to have faded, it was still orange in color. Its sharpness pierced through the darkness of the sky. It was as if the pentaceratops was angry. The scarlet flame vermilion bird smiled and said, "Let's not talk about that dog's hit 7-star great saint. Who knows what he is? I'm curious about Sage Ni's actions in the Great Sage Hall." "Sage and I?" The nether demonic dragon spider was slightly taken aback. He asked curiously, "What's so strange about him? This guy is usually very scheming and has always been on good terms with Dragon Sage. This extreme north. If it were normal, he would have instigated Sage Peng to come here." The scarlet flame vermilion bird smiled. After all, Sage Peng's flying speed is extremely fast. If there's any danger, he can easily escape. Why did he insist on dragging Sage Peng to Bai Qingyu for no reason? If he went to flatter the ancestor's descendant, there's no need for Sage Peng to follow him, right? Could it be? Before the nether demonic dragon spider could speak, the mystic armored Pentaceratops coldly asked, could it be what? Could it be that he knows about the 7-star great saint's background? Then he turned to approach Sage Peng. Or, could it be that this 7-star great saint is related to the ancestor? The scarlet flame vermilion bird probed. The nether demonic dragon spider shouted, impossible. If this 7-star great saint is related to the ancestor, how could Sage Bei not know? That day in the great sage hall, he solemnly swore that the ancestor had never appeared in the past 10,000 years. Sage Bei? His head. Oh, wrong, his brainless demonic body. The mystic armored Pentaceratops coldly smiled and said, if he knows about the 7-star great saint's background, this sage will break off his dragon horn and give it to you. Ha, dragon sage, you said it yourself. The nether demonic dragon spider laughed and said, this sage has been coveting your dragon horn for a long time. Damn it, if this sage dares to give it to you, you dare to take it? The mystic armored Pentaceratops glared at the nether demonic dragon spider. Although you have the demonic dragon's bloodline, are you sure you can subdue the dragon intent in this sage's dragon horn? Hee, how would I know if I don't try? Dragon sage, why don't you let this sage try? The nether demonic dragon spider said shamelessly. Scram! The mystic armored Pentaceratops roared and shouted, this sage doesn't have time to dawdle with you. Let's hurry up and see what's going on in the Qijing, Yuanfeng, and Bingqin demon realms, then quickly return to cultivate. Hee. Seeing that the mystic armored Pentaceratops didn't want to talk about the golden rock, the scarlet flame vermilion bird smiled and said, speaking of Bai Qingyu, this sage has some news. What news? The mystic armored Pentaceratops' curiosity was piqued, and he couldn't help but ask. Dragon sage, the Qijing demon realm isn't far from here, right? Let's hurry over and take a look. The scarlet flame vermilion bird said solemnly, after all, the 3 demon realms have been completely destroyed, and even the great demons of Jianghu heaven haven't returned, damn it, the mystic armored Pentaceratops roared. Rumble. A pitch-black thunderbolt appeared out of nowhere. Speak quickly. If you don't speak, this daddy will kill you. Don't be anxious, dragon sage. The scarlet flame vermilion bird replied with a smile, unafraid of the mystic armored Pentaceratops. This sage merely happened to hear the discussion of 2 great demons when passing by the dark flux demon realm. At first, this sage didn't pay much attention to it, but when Sage and I pulled Sage Peng to Bai Qingyu in the Great Sage Hall, this sage recalled this matter. Sparrow Sage, you are quite scheming. The nether demonic dragon spider said with a smile. You actually restrained yourself from mentioning Bai Qingyu's matter until now. Damn it, this sage forgot about it, the scarlet flame vermilion bird shrieked, as though trying to explain. Seeing the scarlet flame vermilion bird trying to delay the matter, the mystic armored Pentaceratops said coldly, Sparrow Sage, it's up to you whether you want to speak or not. When this sage returns to the Great Sage Hall, I will first tell Sage and I about this matter. That can't be, Dragon Sage. The scarlet flame vermilion bird said with a bitter expression. You also know that Sage and I is the type to seek revenge for the smallest grievance. This sage only knows a little bit of information, so it shouldn't be enough for him to remember it, right? Speak quickly. The mystic armored Pentaceratops roared again. The scarlet flame vermilion bird wasn't delaying the matter, he was testing whether the mystic armored Pentaceratops really didn't know about Bai Qingyu's matter. Unfortunately, he couldn't see anything from the mystic armored Pentaceratops' expression. Thus, he said with a smile, this sage heard that Bai Qingyu was holding a banquet. It seems that Bai Qingyu's demon king suppressed a human cultivator and wanted to use him to attract some humans to serve as food. What kind of bullshit is this? The mystic armored Pentaceratops didn't wait for the scarlet flame vermilion bird to finish speaking. The matter of a demon king attracted Sage and I. Sage and I even pulled Sage Peng over. Did he think that a human cultivator could lure the human race's sage of literature? Unless the human cultivator was immortal Emperor Go Chen's princess. TCH. The nether demonic dragon spider immediately followed up on the mystic armored Pentaceratops' words. If it was immortal Emperor Go Chen's princess, that demon king wouldn't dare to suppress her even if he had 10 times the guts. Spider Sage, you're too full of yourself. The scarlet flame vermilion bird laughed. Bai Qingyu's demon king is Sage Bei's descendant. So what if he's Sage Bei's descendant? The nether demonic dragon spider asked, unconvinced. Even if Sage Bei wanted to suppress an immortal Emperor Go Chen's princess, he had to consider the consequences. What if it was you, ancestor? The scarlet flame vermilion bird's crimson flames shot up for thousands of feet. This. The nether demonic dragon spider was at a loss for words. The mystic armored Pentaceratops laughed. Spider Sage, don't listen to Sage Vermilion Bird. Why would ancestor care about a demon king? That's right, that's right. The nether demonic dragon spider immediately glared at the scarlet flame vermilion bird and shouted, why would ancestor care about a human cultivator? This human cultivator naturally isn't immortal Emperor Go Chen's princess. The scarlet flame vermilion bird didn't care and said casually, as for who she is, I don't know. However, I do know that other than Bai Qingyu, there's also Shrouding Sky Ridge and Ancient Bell Mountain. Shrouding Sky Ridge? Ancient Bell Mountain? The mystic armored Pentaceratops was a bit surprised. Are those all the demon realms of Sage Bei's descendants? Of course not. The scarlet flame vermilion bird laughed. Shrouding Sky Ridge is the demon realm of one of Sage Peng's descendants, and Ancient Bell Mountain is the demon realm of one of Sage Ni's descendants. No wonder you didn't say anything in the Great Sacred Hall. The nether demonic dragon spider waved its claws in the air as if it was laughing. So these 3 demon realms are related to Sage Peng, Sage Ni, and Sage Bei. That's good. The mystic armored Pentaceratops said faintly, if Sage Peng and Qi Jing came, I might be. Hee, why would he drag me to Bai Qingyu? He probably has some other plans in mind, right? The mystic armored Pentaceratops suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Its dragon body suddenly emitted a blinding light as it turned into a ray of light and rushed forward. Chapter 44-29. The scarlet flame vermilion bird was taken aback when he saw the profound armored pentahorn dragon's strange behavior. He hurriedly released his Yuan will, and as expected, when he saw the situation in the distance, he was also shocked. He spread his wings and flames burned fiercely. The scarlet flame vermilion bird's huge body also disappeared in a flash. We're already here, what's the hurry? The nether demonic dragon spider muttered as its body shook. Then, a dozen of its claws tore the space apart, and its figure disappeared. When the 3 great saints of the demon race appeared in the sky, their gazes fell on the ground in front of them, and they remained silent for a long time. Beneath the 3 great sages was an abyss that spanned 1,000,000 miles. The abyss was at least 10,000 feet deep. Inside the abyss, snowflakes danced in the air, but the strange thing was that the abyss was different from the snow on the ground. At the bottom of the abyss, there was a thin layer of snow. Due to the heat of the earth, there were many places where the dark green soil was exposed to the night sky. However, there seemed to be a layer of phosphorescence in the dark green soil, which shone brightly in the night sky. This abyss was actually so big that one couldn't see the end of it. Layers upon layers of light flickered like sparkling waves. How can this be? After a long while, the nether demonic dragon spider said in a low voice, the whale demon realm is an inland sea, right? How did it become an abyss? The sea is gone, so it naturally became an abyss. The scarlet flame vermilion bird replied in a low voice. He had a bad feeling in his heart. The nether demonic dragon spider said in shock, how can this be? How can millions of miles of sea be gone just like that? Not even a drop of water or a piece of ice is gone. The profound armored pentahorn dragon said coldly, it's not just the water, even the whale demon race was killed. Yes. The scarlet flame vermilion bird sighed. The whale demon race are all sea beasts that are close to 10,000 feet long. In terms of demonic bodies, they don't fear any demon race in the 1,000 demon sacred realm. There are also many great demons in the whale demon race. Although the Demon King didn't reach the 8th grade of origin energy, it was close to the 8th grade. The great demons of Blue Moon Sky all died here. How could a demonic beast king with an upper 7th grade elemental energy survive? The profound armored pentahorn dragon said coldly. The problem is. The nether demonic dragon spider said curiously, it's not just the monster kings and great monsters. There are many sea monsters in the Qi Jing demon realm. Apart from the Qi Jing, there are also Ji Bao, Qin Kun, and other monster clans. Although they are not as large as the Qi Jing, they are also very agile. How could they not know how to escape? Take a look at this place. Not only is there no seawater, there isn't even a single piece of flesh or remains. It is indeed rather strange. The profound armored pentagonal dragon said coldly, I'm afraid the humans are up to something. Let's go check it out. Didn't the human race have a saying? If you don't want people to know, don't do it in the first place. Since you've done it, you'll definitely leave behind some clues. All right. The crimson flame vermilion bird nodded and flapped its wings, flying in a certain direction. The mystic pentaceratops dragon let out a long roar and also flew in a certain direction. Only the netherworld demonic dragon spider hesitated for a moment before it also rushed in a certain direction. In less than an hour, the 3 great saints had all returned to the sect. Dragon Sage, Sparrow Sage. The netherworld demonic dragon spider was the first to speak. I wonder what you've discovered. This great saint couldn't find anything. This place is extremely strange. There isn't even a trace of a dissipated soul left behind. Everything within hundreds of thousands of miles is a dead zone. The crimson flame vermilion bird nodded as well. That's right. This great saint also couldn't find any clues. There isn't a single trace of the human race or any other demonic beast race that has been here. The profound armored pentagonal dragon looked into the distance and didn't speak for a long time. Although it didn't answer, the crimson flame vermilion bird and the netherworld demonic dragon spider knew that it hadn't discovered anything. Sparrow Sage, Spider Sage. The profound armored pentagonal dragon retracted its gaze from the abyss and said, Did you notice that the bottom of this abyss, as well as the 4 walls, are all extremely flat? No. The crimson flame vermilion bird was stunned for a moment before it casually replied. Its vital consciousness swept toward the abyss, as well as the place where the abyss connected to the ground in the distance. The crimson flame vermilion bird exclaimed in shock, as expected. This is really strange. How can it be so flat? Could it be that the human race has repaired this place? That's true. The netherworld demonic dragon spider looked at the flat bottom of the abyss and said in agreement, not to mention the mud at the bottom of the Qijing demonic realm's inner sea, there should be a lot of reefs and rocks. But now, there isn't even a trace of them. It's as if the entire demon realm seabed had been flattened by a boulder millions of kilometers in size. What's even stranger is that the 4 walls look as if they've been cut by a blade. The profound armored pentagonal dragon said coldly. Could it be that the human race is trying to show off to our 1,000 demonic sacred realm? Or are they trying to express something? Don't think about the human race for now. The crimson flame vermilion bird shook its head. If they wanted to wipe out all the demonic beasts in the Qijing demonic realm, how many high-level cultivators would the human race have to send over? There's no way our 1,000 demonic sacred realm wouldn't have noticed. Perhaps it's the work of some demonic beast king. Which demonic beast king? Sparrow Sage, why don't you tell us who has the ability to destroy the Qijing demonic realm to such an extent? The profound armored pentagonal dragon retorted. I can say without reservation that even if it's Sparrow Sage, you wouldn't be able to burn the entire Qijing demonic realm to the ground with your scarlet flames. And that's under the circumstances where no information was leaked. That's true. The crimson flame vermilion bird nodded slightly. And the great demons of Tsangyu heaven. The nether demonic dragon spider agreed. Who would dare to attack so brazenly? That's the number 1 expert of our 1,000 demonic sacred realm. At this point, the nether demonic dragon spider hurriedly shut its mouth and changed its words. That's the 6 great sages of our 1,000 demonic sacred realm. Bullshit, it's the 7 great sages now. The profound armored pentagonal dragon cursed. The nether demonic dragon spider was a bit embarrassed and angry, but its claws moved, and it pointed to the bottom of the abyss. And this phosphorescence, it's also strange. It seems to be embedded in the soil at the bottom of the abyss, and even the snow can't cover it. What about the bottom of the abyss? The profound armored pentagonal dragon asked. I haven't seen it yet. The nether demonic dragon spider muttered. The crimson flame vermilion bird smiled. Then I'll have to trouble you to take a look first. This is Spider Saint's innate ability, and it's something we can't compare to. Dragon Saint, Sparrow Saint, please wait a moment. The nether demonic dragon spider nodded, and the demonic chi around its body gradually surged out. The blood-red light was particularly dazzling in the night, and when it waved its claws, demonic clouds similar to the nether demonic chi surged out, and the nether demonic dragon spider's body fell into the abyss. Seeing the nether demonic dragon spider's body disappear, the crimson flame vermilion bird suddenly said, Dragon Saint, you really didn't find anything? Oh. What does Sparrow Saint mean? Could it be that you think I wouldn't say anything if I found something? The profound armored pentagonal dragon asked coldly. The crimson flame vermilion bird chuckled and said in a low voice, That's not it. It's just that I feel that Dragon Saint is the true #1 expert of our great sage temple, so how could you not find anything? Humph. The profound armored pentagonal dragon snorted. Maybe in the past, but with the 7-star great sage, I'm not so sure anymore. Dragon Saint. The crimson flame vermilion bird suddenly changed the topic. Do you think the 7-star great sage has something to do with the Chi whale demonic realm? Oh. The profound armored pentagonal dragon was stunned for a moment, then its eyes lit up. It nodded and said, You're right. The Chi whale demonic realm is an inner sea. If the 7-star great sage became a great sage in the void at the bottom of the sea, then his aura might be blocked by the endless sea. This 7-star great sage is a great sage that has never appeared in our 1,000 demons sacred realm. If he can borrow the power of the moon and stars when he becomes a great sage, then it's not impossible for him to wipe out the entire Chi whale demonic realm. Then there's the question. The crimson flame vermilion bird asked with interest. Why would he wipe out the entire Chi whale demonic realm? Is it because of hatred? Is the 7-star great sage also a member of the sea race? No, it should be to hide his identity. The profound armored pentagonal dragon shook its head. The reason why he didn't use the star bridge to go to the great sage temple is because he doesn't want us to know his true body. According to this conjecture, he also wiped out the entire Chi whale demonic realm to hide his identity. It's fine if he wiped out the entire Chi whale clan. But why would he destroy the entire inner sea? The crimson flame vermilion bird didn't understand. Deliberately mystifying. The profound armored pentagonal dragon was even more certain. So that we can't guess that he did it. Only a 7-star great sage can be unafraid of the rock sage and blue moon heaven, and dare to kill the great demons of blue moon heaven. If that's the case. The crimson flame vermilion bird was shocked. It looked towards the bottom of the abyss and cried out, The spider sage is in danger, quick. The profound armored pentagonal dragon also came to a realization. It hurriedly urged its dragon body and cried out, We'll go help the spider sage. Boom. Just as the 2 saints landed at the bottom of the abyss, a surge of demonic chi rose from the ground, and the nether demonic dragon spider hurriedly flew out. The mystic armored pentaceratops was startled, and its dragon body flashed with brilliance as it cried out, Spider Saint, did you see something? No. Seeing the 2 saints coming, the nether demonic dragon spider immediately calmed down and smiled. There's nothing in the abyss. Then why are you so flustered? The crimson flame vermilion bird urged. You really didn't see anything? Whether it's a human, or a demon? No, I really didn't. The nether demonic dragon spider laughed. This saint was afraid that the 2 great sages would get anxious from waiting, so I came out in a hurry. Spider sage, You're a great sage of our great sage temple. Why are you so cowardly? The crimson flame vermilion bird gave the nether demonic dragon spider some face, but the profound armored pentagonal dragon didn't care at all. Why would this saint be cowardly? The nether demonic dragon spider flatly denied. This saint was afraid that the two of you would get anxious from waiting. Oh, I remember now. There's nothing special within 1,000 miles of the bottom of the abyss. As I travel further down, there seems to be some indescribable changes in the space, but I don't know what exactly it is. I'll have to ask Sage and I to come over and take a look. Chapter 44:30. All right. The Pentaceratops said helplessly, we'll rush to the Yuanfeng and Bingqin demon realms now. If the situation is similar, we'll ask Saint and I to come over first. Just as the Pentaceratops said this, boom. In the night sky, outside the thick red clouds, a huge roar sounded. A huge beam of light from the stars and moons penetrated the clouds and fell. Although the beam of light was very far away from the three great sages, the heavy clouds formed a vortex under the bombardment of the beam of light, which was very obvious in the dark night sky. Then, boom, boom. Another 5 loud roars sounded in succession. The clouds that had been penetrated now had 5 more beams of light from the stars and moons falling. The entire cloud layer seemed to be torn apart by a huge hand. As the wind and clouds surged, the strong power of the stars and moons filled the entire sky. Like a tidal wave, the power of the stars and moons flooded the night sky. Just as the three great sages looked at each other, 1, 2. In just a few breaths, the 6 stars of the Southern Dipper appeared in the cloud hole. At this time, the 6 stars of the Southern Dipper connected in the starry sky and proudly looked down on the entire land of the demon race. The brilliant starlight not only illuminated the entire starry sky, but also the 1,000 demons' sacred realm. The 3 great sages were shocked. Before they could think further, boom, boom, boom. 3 slightly soft roars sounded from the 3 great sages. The dragon horn of the Pentaceratops shone brightly, and the star marks engraved on the 5 segments of the dragon horn appeared out of thin air, condensing into a dragon-shaped star in the sky. Many beams of light from the stars and moons fell on it. The dragon horn on the top of its head was revealed. This dragon horn was also different from ordinary dragon horns. It had 5 petals, and each petal was engraved with star marks. These star marks flashed with a black brilliance under the crystal flowers, and they actually condensed into the shape of a dragon star. As for the scarlet flame vermilion bird, each of its wings had half an eye-catching star scar. These star scars emitted starlight along with the scarlet flames. When the pillars of starlight and moonlight fell into these star scars, they also appeared out of thin air like stars. The nether demonic dragon spider was a little different from the other 2 saints. First, blood gushed out from his abdomen, and then, more than half of a blood-colored star mark appeared. The beam of starlight and moonlight first fell on the blood before penetrating the star mark. As the star shadow rotated, a star shadow emitting the aura of the netherworld appeared below the nether demonic dragon spider. The 8th great saint, the nether demonic dragon spider cried out in surprise. Not just the 8th great sage. The mystic armored Pentaceratops sensed the surging starlight tide in the entire 1,000 demons' sacred realm, and coldly said, and it's a 6-star great sage. That's impossible, the crimson flame vermilion bird cried out. Since when have the great sages of our 1,000-beast holy realm become so cheap? It had only been a few months, yet 2 great sages had appeared in succession. One is a 7-star great sage, and the other is a 6-star great sage. How are the other great sages supposed to live? Boom, boom, boom. Before the crimson flame vermilion bird's words could even be heard, the entire starry sky was filled with rumbling sounds again, and this time, it didn't stop. Seeing that all the stars in the starry sky had been lit up, the extreme north, which was originally covered by thick layers of clouds, also shone brightly. Endless beams of light from the stars and the moon descended, not only sweeping away all the clouds, but also illuminating the earth as if it was daytime. 7 stars, 8 stars, 9 stars, 10 stars, 11 stars. The nether demonic dragon Pearl stared dumbfoundedly at the stars that lit up one by one. It was still counting in a daze. In the end, it simply stopped counting and roared, "Could it be that a supreme saint of myriad stars has appeared in my 1,000 demons sacred realm? It's not just 10,000 stars." The crimson flame vermilion bird was also somewhat puzzled. He coldly said, "It should be called the 10,000 stars great sage." "No. This isn't a newly ascended great sage." Suddenly, the Pentaceratops mystic armored Pentaceratops pointed at where the Big Dipper was and shouted, "The Big Dipper doesn't have any brilliance at all. It's different from when we became great sages. This should be the work of that mysterious 7-star great sage." At this point, the 3 great sages looked at each other as if they had been enlightened. They shouted in unison, "Great Sage Hall. Galaxy Marrow Cleansing. Quick, let's hurry back to the Great Sage Hall." At this point, the Pentaceratops mystic armored Pentaceratops no longer cared about exploring the Yuan Feng and Bing Qin demon realms. He hurriedly said, "This 7-star great sage is too cunning. He tricked us into coming to the contract whale, and while Saint Ni and the others went to buy Qingyu, he used the star bridge that never disappeared to go to the Great Sage Hall to cleanse his marrow. From the looks of it, he must have grasped the ancient secret of the Great Sage Hall. If I'm not mistaken, he has a great secret. It might even be disadvantageous to us 6 great sages. We must take advantage of the fact that he has yet to complete his purification and kill him." Kill Myriad Star Great Sage? The nether demonic dragon spider was terrified. Even if we 6 great sages join forces, we're still no match for him. If he takes it one step at a time and slowly draws in the power of the stars, we naturally won't be his match. The profound armored pentagonal dragon urged its body forward, not caring whether the nether demonic dragon spider had caught up or not. It yelled, "Unfortunately, his greed is insatiable. He actually wants to activate all the stars in the entire Great Sage Hall. With so many stars wanting to carve star marks on his body, how could he possibly withstand it? Also, if we 6 great sages join forces, won't we take advantage of the time when he's focused on his marrow cleansing to make our move? That's right. Let's go." The vermilion bird also shouted. "If I'm not mistaken, Saint Peng, Saint Ni, Saint Bei, and even the great ancestors should be rushing to the Great Sage Hall. Let's hurry back." The figures of the 3 great sages flashed in the night sky that was as bright as day, leaving behind a seemingly endless abyss that was incomparably cold under the starlight. Seeing that the night was as bright as day, Xiaohua already understood that this was a phenomenon caused by the 7-star great sage, Feng Wu, entering the Great Sage Hall. However, seeing that the stars in the sky had all fallen to dust, Xiaohua was still greatly shocked. He sent a group of disciples and cultivators back to Xinhua continent while he slowly flew in the starry sky. He felt the power of the stars and moon lingering around him like a lover's kiss, and he couldn't help but think to himself, "This heavenly phoenix. What's his background? What's his goal?" That day in the legacy realm, that voice was already extremely strange, and this heavenly phoenix's voice was even more resolute. What has the heavenly phoenix decided? It seems like this decision is very difficult, and it's better to die than to live. Legacy realm, legacy realm. As the name implied, it was a place where the legacy of the younger generation was left behind. If the bloodline of the absolute saint was given to thousands of demons, it would naturally be a legacy. However, if this legacy was completely absorbed by the heavenly phoenix, what would it be? What kind of demon will it become? Absolute sage demon? That day in the legacy realm, this Xiao already felt that it was inconceivable that the heavenly phoenix obtained the bloodline of the absolute sage. Now, looking at the starry sky, this Xiao really doesn't dare to believe it. This demon itself. How big of a secret does it have? The more Xiaohua thought about it, the more he felt that this world was truly too big. He was already a Mahayana realm human, and was considered a supreme existence in the 3 continents. However, in front of these mysteries, he was inferior to an ant. Everything else aside, just the divine punishment that day. Even a demon as strong as Bei Xian couldn't resist at all in the face of the divine punishment. The entire Thousand Demons sacred realm, the bloodline of an entire continent's shell race, was taken away in that instant. Perhaps, this is the realm that this Xiao should pursue. All of a sudden, Xiaohua himself seemed to have transformed into a phoenix, into a heavenly star that overlooked the stars. All of the ordinary methods of the mortal world could not be seen in his eyes, and even some of the gratitude and grudges became fetters. Of course, it was only for an instant. Xiaohua understood something again. He thought of the scene when he comprehended the primordial violet aura in the primitive continent. He looked at the bright moon and stars, and countless demonic auras in the boundless Thousand Demons sacred realm. He smiled and said, "This is the Phoenix Parasol's opportunity, and also the Heavenly Phoenix's ambition. It has nothing to do with this Xiao. Life has its order, death has its order. Do what you can and follow the will of the heavens. No matter where you go, don't let down the beautiful scenery by the roadside. This kind of life is interesting, right? I wonder if the Heavenly Phoenix, who bears such a heavy responsibility, knows what this Xiao is thinking." However, this Xiao still can't remember the origin of the Heavenly Phoenix. This memory is too old. Just like the dragon vein. Of course, if nothing unexpected happens, it should be related to the primitive continent. The primitive continent, it's really a mysterious continent. Perhaps if there's a chance, in the future. I'm afraid I'll have to go and take a look again. Roar. Just as he flew more than 10,000 li away from Bai Qingyu, an owl-like demon flapped its wings and pounced toward Xiaohua with a roar. Not only did some black aura seep out from the feathers on this demon's body, the omnipresent splendor of the stars and moon condensed into an illusory figure that was several times larger around him. That demon looked very powerful as it bared its fangs and brandished its claws. Hee. Xiaohua smiled slightly. He raised his right hand, bent his middle finger, and then flicked it. Whoosh. The beam of moonlight shot out from between his fingers like an arrow. Boom. The beam of light hit the center of the demon's eyebrows at lightning speed. The beam of light, which was several feet in size, exploded like fireworks. Aoo. The demon howled as it fell from the sky. It smashed into a mountain valley. Its huge wings flapped weakly, and its entire body twitched. However, the demon couldn't fly at all. Xiaohua looked at this demon that was at the 5th grade of origin power and raised his index finger again. At this time, his index finger was already flashing with sword light. As long as Xiaohua's index finger fell, this demon definitely wouldn't be able to see the sun of tomorrow. However, just as Xiaohua's index finger fell, Xiaohua laughed again. Damn it, why should I compete with this little demon? Not to mention that I'm already a Grand Ascension stage human. Feng Wu is already a great sage of the Great Sage Hall. Previously, he was already a 7-star great sage. If the golden-winged Great Peng hadn't made a breakthrough recently, the title of number 1 expert of the demon race would definitely belong to Feng Wu. And now, Feng Wu is borrowing the power of the Great Sage Hall to engrave star patterns on his body. I believe that after this opportunity, even the golden-winged Great Peng won't be a match for Feng Wu. This Thousand Demons sacred realm will be his. This little demon is also his subordinate, so I can't make things difficult for him. I can only make things difficult for myself. Chapter 44-31. Ha. Xiaohua couldn't help but laugh. His figure turned into a streak of light as he flew into the distance. Half a meal later, the monster struggled to get up from the ground. He shook his head as if he had just woken up from a dream. His wings flapped as he shouted, "Damn it, who is this human? How can he be so powerful? I've got nothing better to do. Why would I want to devour a human instead of using the power of the stars and moon? The power of the stars and moon entering my body is equivalent to several years of effort. Why would I waste my time?" The monster muttered as he guided the starlight into his body to refine his monster body. Just as the monster said, the Thousand Demons sacred realm was even more lively than when Feng Wu became a 7-star great saint. This was the power of the stars. It was far more powerful than the power of the 7-star great saints. Countless monsters were cultivating in seclusion, activating their own race's secret technique to guide the stars and moon into their bodies. The realm that had been stagnant for a long time was slowly being pushed forward by the vast tide of stars and moon. At the same time, above the heads of every demon cultivator in the sacred realm of thousand demons, there was a trace of faith and worship that could not be detected by the naked eye, divine sense, or other ordinary divine abilities. It passed through space and fell on Xiaohua, into the crystal-like godhead that could not be seen outside of Xiaohua's Naiwan palace. With Xiaohua's current cultivation, he naturally couldn't detect this phenomenon. He saw that all the monsters were cultivating, so he also concealed his aura. However, after flying for a while, he saw a beautiful mountain forest under the moonlight. Green water flowed, and several acres of grass surrounded the mountain forest. It looked like a green carpet. Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. His figure descended and stood on the green grass. His gaze once again sized up the surroundings as he said in a low voice, "Forget it, it'll be here then." Saying that, Xiaohua raised his hand and took out the yin-yang bracelet that Bai Bo gave him. He sent his divine sense inside and took out Fairy Jing's remains, as well as her bloody clothes. Looking at the clothes, although there was a strong smell of blood on them, Fairy Jing's aura still existed. Smelling this aura, the scenes from when he saw Fairy Jing on Jade Mountain all the way to when she left on Heartbreak Mountain flashed before Xiaohua's eyes. Xiaohua really didn't expect that their parting at that time would be forever. He could no longer see that Fairy Jing who carefully hid her lowliness in her heart for fear of being hurt. Deep sorrow filled Xiaohua's heart. Fairy Jing had died for him, and at the same time, she had died to atone for her sins. But Fairy Jing didn't have to use her own life to pay for this sin. Even if Xiaohua himself had been suppressed there, Xiaohua wouldn't have let Fairy Jing use her life to save him. What truly brought Fairy Jing to this point was the love in her heart. That love had actually become a burden. While making her surpass the heartless water, it also made her unable to bear the burden. Xiaohua whispered. Rather than talking to Fairy Jing, it was better to say that he was talking to himself. Fairy Jing, I have already taken your soul into the Xinhua continent. I believe that when you enter the cycle of reincarnation, you will be a different person. In this life, this Xiao has been acquainted with you, but I've failed to live up to your feelings. If it weren't for this Xiao, perhaps you would have been able to live a peaceful life. Of course, this Xiao really didn't know the pain in your heart that day and misunderstood you, thinking that you were a woman who was greedy for power. Now, this Xiao knows what you're thinking and has already fulfilled your dying wish. This Xiao originally wanted to bury your remains in the Xinhua continent as a memento. But, this life is this life, and the next life is the next life. You definitely don't like living in this life, so this Xiao might as well cut off everything in this life and the next life. I believe that this Xiao's choice is also your choice. I hope that you will be happy in the next life and be a carefree woman of the human race. As he spoke, Xiaohua's figure flashed and sank into the ground. He only stopped when he had traveled a few hundred meters. He looked around and made a grabbing motion with his hand. Poof! A space a few feet wide was grabbed by him, and Xiaohua sent Fairy Jing's bloody clothes and remains into it. When Xiaohua stared at the bloody clothes for a moment, it was as if he could see Fairy Jing's dreamy eyes from that day. Those eyes were filled with joy, resentment, happiness, and sorrow. It was as if a net was trying to capture Xiaohua's gaze, but the moment it was captured, it freed Xiaohua's gaze. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. I hope that my thoughts and memories will go with the wind. Xiaohua sighed. With another swipe of his hand, the space was covered by soil. He believed that it wouldn't be long before everything here became a part of the earth, and there would be no traces left. Oh. Just as Xiaohua put away his sorrow and prepared to leave this place of sorrow, he suddenly raised his eyebrows. His divine sense swept towards a place on the ground like a tide. When he saw the scene in the distance clearly, he couldn't help but be stunned and actually said in surprise, Why is he here? Amidst his surprised voice, a green brilliance flashed around Xiaohua's body, and his figure had already disappeared. Thousands of kilometers away, deep within the earth, there was an incomplete nascent soul spirit body that was flashing with a faint spirit light. It was escaping into the depths of the earth, and behind it were hundreds of weasel-like demonic beasts. Their bodies surged with dark green demonic energy as they followed closely behind. The nearest demon beast was only a few hundred feet away from him, and the demon aura and starlight it spat out from its mouth and nose had already landed on the nascent soul's back like a hook. Wasn't this nascent soul spirit body Xian Ping, who had been missing for a long time? At this moment, Xian Ping was as anxious as a stray dog. His physical body had been killed by the gathering moth beast at Yizhao Ridge, and only his nascent soul had escaped. Shui Mingzi originally wanted to save his nascent soul, but Xian Ping already knew Shui Mingzi's intentions. He didn't dare to trust Shui Mingzi, and he also didn't dare to trust Ao Zhantian. Thus, he could only choose to escape by himself. Unfortunately, Xian Ping wasn't a late-stage nascent soul cultivator, nor was he an astral projection cultivator. His nascent soul wasn't completely solid, and he only escaped for a few dozen kilometers before he discovered that his nascent soul was showing signs of dissipating. Thus, he didn't hesitate to escape into the ground. This was also the reason why Shui Mingzi, Ao Zhantian, and even He Xiong couldn't find him. When Xian Ping felt safe, he hurriedly used his divine ability to return to the hidden immortal continent. However, after flying for half a day, Xian Ping discovered that something was wrong. It was already extremely dangerous for a human cultivator with a physical body to fly in the Thousand Demons sacred realm. How could he, a nascent soul spirit body, leave the Thousand Demons sacred realm safely? In just half a day, Xian Ping's nascent soul spirit body had already been attacked by several groups of demonic beasts. However, they were only demonic beasts, and not demonic beasts. Xian Ping pondered for a moment and knew that he couldn't leave the Thousand Demons sacred realm by himself. Thus, he thought of the other Daoist cultivators who came to the Thousand Demons sacred realm to rescue Xiao Hua. This was because Xian Ping learned from Shui Mingzi that other than Shui Mingzi and Ao Zhantian, there might be other Daoist cultivators who had received Xiao Hua's favor. Thus, he wanted to try his luck and see if he could meet other humans who were as enthusiastic as Xiao Hua. Or perhaps, he could meet a fellow Daoist he was familiar with. The Thousand Demons sacred realm was so huge that Xian Ping didn't know where to go. He could only follow the route he had discussed with Shui Mingzi and wander around the area, not daring to stray too far away. Xiao Hua only paid attention to the surroundings and neglected the underground. In addition, Xian Ping was too careful, so he didn't discover any traces of Xian Ping. Later on, when he saw that he was getting closer to Bai Qingyu, Xian Ping naturally left the original route and went to look for other cultivators. Very coincidentally, Xian Ping encountered Prince Lan attacking Changyu. Seeing Prince Lan's savagery, how could Xian Ping dare to show his face? Once he had the chance, he immediately ran away. Afterward, before Xian Ping's luck arrived, Xiao Hua had already unleashed his might. The entire Bai Qingyu was engulfed in the flames of war. Xian Ping, who had a nascent soul spirit body, suffered even more. He didn't dare to think about running into any human cultivators. He only wanted to escape from the chaotic heaven-earth origin chi. Xian Ping's luck was naturally bad. He had just escaped from the battle when he was immediately discovered by some demonic beasts. Although Xian Ping could kill some of the demonic beasts, there were countless demonic beasts in the Thousand Demons sacred realm. His nascent soul spirit body was constantly dissipating. The aura of the spirit body was the best food for demonic beasts. How could he escape from the pursuit of those savage demonic beasts? In just a day, Xian Ping's nascent soul spirit body was on the verge of collapse. His primordial spirit had also been devoured greatly. Feng Wu's ability to summon the power of the stars was truly a feast for all the demonic beasts in the Thousand Demons sacred realm. However, for Xian Ping, who had a nascent soul spirit body, it was tantamount to a monstrous calamity. Not to mention, his spirit body was even more devastated under the impact of the starlight beam. His damaged primordial spirit became increasingly blurry. He increasingly didn't know where he should escape to and how he should escape. Under the brilliance of the starlight beam, those demonic beasts were several times more excited than if they had eaten countless demonic herbs. Even if Xian Ping went deep underground, he still wouldn't be able to escape from their pursuit. Just like that, Xianping flew to the left side of Xiaohua. However, the moment Xiaohua discovered him, the weasel-like demonic beast spat out demonic aura. This demonic aura was equally powerful in this extraordinary night. It actually produced a hook-like brilliance of the starlight beam. When this brilliance landed, Xianping's nascent soul spirit body was pinned down. No matter how Xianping urged his nascent soul, he couldn't escape. Ao. Seeing that the demonic beast in front of them had succeeded, the demonic beasts closest to them became even more excited. They let out a roar and spat out demonic aura, preparing to share the delicious food in their hands. Xianping, who was already on the verge of death, still had some instincts. After sensing the danger, he didn't hesitate at all. His nascent soul spat out a strand of silver blood. Within the blood, only a piece of the fan remained. With a shwa sound, his nascent soul spirit body was pulled away by the demonic aura of the demonic beast. The remaining 40% of his nascent soul spirit body escaped once again. Unfortunately, even so, Xianping only flew a few hundred feet before the demonic beast that had spat out demonic aura caught up. The demonic aura firmly sucked Xianping in. Chapter 44-32. Xianping, who was about to die, didn't have any extra consciousness. His spirit body was about to be devoured by the demon beasts. Suddenly, an incomparably powerful divine sense swept over. Before it even got close to Xianping, the demon beasts, who were extremely sensitive to danger, had already sensed it. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. The demon beasts closest to Xianping didn't hesitate at all. They decisively abandoned Xianping's nascent soul spirit body and fled into the distance. The 100 or so demon beasts that were just about to approach also fled in all directions. Xiaohua didn't dare to be careless. After sweeping with his divine sense, he chased for a few kilometers before slowly retracting it. When his figure flashed and appeared beside Xianping, he hurriedly waved his hand. Xianping's spirit body, which was already abnormally thin, stopped dissipating and became still in the soil. How could this be? Xiaohua's gaze swept over and immediately knew that Xianping had already reached the point of no return. Even the nascent soul spirit body's eyes had already turned gray, without a trace of divine light. Obviously, the nascent soul spirit had almost completely disappeared. When Xiaohua turned into a python and saw Xianping had already fled. But according to what Ao Zhantian said later, Xianping had actually reached a certain agreement with Shui Mingzi. Speaking of which, Xianping had already violated the oath that day. However, seeing Xianping's miserable end, it was hard for Xiaohua to have any thoughts of blaming him. Alas, forget it. Xiaohua sighed slightly and said, I just sent off an old friend, and now I have to send off another one. One was deeply affectionate, the other repaid kindness with enmity. But in the end, they both turned into nothingness and dust. Unfortunately, your nascent soul has already been shattered, and a lot of your soul has dissipated. Even if I wanted to take you into the netherworld, I can't. I only hope that after you enter the cycle of reincarnation, your soul will be complete, and you won't be an ungrateful person in the next life. Saying that, Xiaohua raised his hand and was about to remove the restriction, but at that moment, Xianping's nascent soul spirit body suddenly opened its eyes, as if it was the final radiance of the setting sun. When Xianping's gaze fell on Xiaohua's face, a divine light suddenly appeared in his eyes. Although Xianping opened his mouth, he seemed to be powerless and couldn't speak. Xiaohua saw guilt and regret in Xianping's eyes. He smiled and said, Fellow Daoist Xianping, I know what you want to say. Shui Mingzi had already been executed. Everything from before is already in the past. Although you had some ideas in your heart, you didn't put them into action. I won't hold a grudge against you. Furthermore, I'm grateful that you came to the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm to save me. You don't have to think too much about it, just go in peace. The blood oath you made earlier is now invalid. I hope you can be a man of indomitable spirit in your next life. Joy appeared in Xianping's eyes when he heard this. His head that was only left with an outline nodded slightly, as if he was gratified that Xiao Hua had forgiven him. However, this only lasted for a moment before the light in his eyes gradually dissipated. However, just as Xian Ping's spirit was about to dissipate, a look of excitement suddenly appeared on his face. He opened his mouth, but no sound came out. Fellow Daoist Xian, go in peace. Xiao Hua nodded slightly and said, unfortunately, your 3 souls and 6 spirits are already incomplete. This Xiao doesn't dare to help you transcend. Swish swish. Just as Xiao Hua was speaking, Xian Ping's remaining spiritual body suddenly combusted without any fire. It was also within this spiritual fire that Xian Ping used up all his strength to anxiously ask, Changyu is. Unfortunately, at this point, even if Xian Ping wanted to say the 4th word, he couldn't. With a flash of fire, everything turned into nothingness. Changyu? Xiao Hua was stunned. His mind turned rapidly as he thought to himself, isn't Changyu? Suddenly, Xiao Hua was shocked. A golden light flashed between his eyebrows, and he was about to use the Buddhist 9 words divine ability. However, just as the golden runes gradually appeared, countless Buddhist chants rang out, and Xiao Hua stopped. His eyes looked at the void as if he could see Xian Ping's dissipating soul. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, he said, forget it. Your soul is already incomplete. If I use the soul summoning technique now, I'm afraid it will affect your reincarnation. This Xiao cannot harm you for the sake of my own interests. Even if the information you know is very important to this Xiao. After he finished speaking, Xiao Hua's figure flashed, and he escaped from the ground. After rushing out of the ground, he found a mountain peak and sat down cross-legged. He rubbed his chin with his hand and looked at the starlight in the sky. He thought to himself, why did Xian Ping suddenly mention Changyu before he died? What did the words Changyusher mean? When Xian Ping died, he didn't meet with Changyu. He didn't know that Changyu had perished together with the demonic beasts. The information he knew must be from the hidden immortal mainland. If it was good news, Xian Ping wouldn't have sent a voice transmission. It could only be bad news. Could it be Changyu is a traitor? Could it be that Changyu had colluded with Shui Mingzi in the soaring dragon mountain range? Did Xian Ping find out? Shui Mingzi was prepared to meet with Changyu, but who knew that this Xiao would appear, and Changyu wouldn't have the chance to meet with Shui Mingzi? Or maybe Changyu has colluded with the Grand Mist Ancestors' force. Did Xian Ping find out? Or did Changyu leak my soaring dragon mountain range's disciples' whereabouts to the 1,000 demons' sacred land? Thinking of this, Xiao Hua's eyes narrowed. He shook his head slightly and muttered to himself, you may know a person for a long time without understanding his true nature. Back then, this Xiao treated Changyu well and gave him cultivation conditions that were not inferior to others. Did he really think that this Xiao would be suppressed by Qingyu's Beast King and unable to escape? Was he so eager to jump out? Didn't he think that even if he jumped out, what could he do? He still has Xiong Yi, Li Xiang, and Prince Lan before him. How could he control the Fortune Gate? Unless he killed 3 nascent Soul Realm senior brothers like the Southern Sea Dragon Palace's 4th Prince Ao Qian, only then could he. Thinking of Changyu's betrayal, Xiao Hua couldn't help but feel heartache. He tried his best not to think about it, but for the Fortune Gate, he had no choice but to think about it. When Xiao Hua thought of this, he was suddenly startled and unconsciously stood up. Buzz. It didn't matter if he stood up, but the space within 100 miles to his left produced the sound of air exploding and the sound of thunder. No, no. Xiao Hua's eyes spun rapidly. If Changyu is such a scheming person, his best plan is not to come to the 1,000 demons' sacred land. It's best if he hides in the soaring dragon mountain range. He only needs to wait for the Fortune Gate's disciples to be killed, then he can claim to be the sect master in the soaring dragon mountain range. Even if Xiong Yi and Prince Lan return, they must be seriously injured. Wouldn't it be easier for him to make a move? Of course, we can't rule out the possibility of him colluding with Shui Mingzi on the way to Bai Qingyu. A kind-hearted person would never think of others as his enemy. Therefore, in just a short moment, Xiaohua thought of an excellent excuse for Jianghu. Of course, all of this was just a guess. Xiaohua pondered for a moment and called Daoist Wu out from the space. The moment Daoist Wu landed in the air, he immediately raised his head and shouted, "Damn it, isn't Daoist Feng Wu too arrogant? What is he doing? Is he trying to alarm the entire Thousand Demons' sacred land? A great saint of the demonic race has entered the Great Holy Hall. Is he trying to call immortal Emperor Go Chen and Vairocana revered Buddha over to observe the ceremony? I don't think this is what he wants." Xiaohua replied indifferently, not to mention that this might be the effect of the Great Holy Hall. The heavenly phoenix is in his body. It's not something he can decide. Oh. Daoist Feng seems a little depressed. Daoist Wu looked at Xiaohua and said, "Daoist Feng has just defeated the Thousand Demons' sacred land's old ancestor. You should be in high spirits." "That's nothing." Xiaohua smiled bitterly. While pondering, he told Daoist Wu the whole story. See. Daoist Wu instantly understood. He sucked in a breath of cold air and said, "Even your own disciple has become like this? I only have suspicions. I can't be sure, so I asked Daoist Feng to come over and take a look." Xiaohua replied. If Daoist Wen Chu is here, he would be the most suitable." Daoist Wu nodded. "In that case, I will reluctantly accept." "Daoist Feng, conceal yourself first." As Xiaohua spoke, he took out the Kunlun mirror and pulled Xiong Yi out of the Shenhua continent with his mind. Xiong Yi was still sitting cross-legged as if he was regulating his breathing. Xiaohua didn't disturb him and just stood at the side and watched quietly. In just a moment, Xiong Yi felt that something was wrong. The quintessential essence in his body flowed rapidly. He was on guard and immediately opened his eyes. "Master." Xiong Yi only understood when he saw Xiaohua standing beside him. He raised his head and looked around in surprise. He said anxiously, "Is this the Star Moon Palace?" "No." Xiaohua's tone was a little indifferent as he replied, "This is still the Thousand Demons' sacred land. It's only about 1,000 miles away from Baiqingyu." Xiong Yi heaved a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "Did I say that? It's just a moment. How could I have arrived? Unless the time in the Kunlun immortal realm is different from the 3 continents." As he spoke, Xiong Yi looked at the stars and moon in the sky in surprise and asked curiously, "Master, what's going on? Why is the Thousand Demons' sacred land's starry sky different from the hidden immortal continent? Is it day or night?" "It's night." Xiaohua's tone was still indifferent. "It's just that the 7 stars great saint of the Thousand Demons' sacred land has entered the Great Sage Hall and attracted the congratulations of 10,000 stars." Hiss. Xiong Yi was shocked. 7 stars great saint? Could it be that he's even more powerful than that golden-winged great rock? If I'm not wrong, he should be. Xiaohua replied. "Master, then, should we hurry to the Star Moon Palace?" Xiong Yi was shocked when he heard that a 7 stars great saint who was even more powerful than the number 1 great saint of the demon race, the golden-winged great rock, had appeared. He hurriedly suggested tactfully. Xiaohua glanced at Xiong Yi and replied, "There's no need for that. This 7 stars great saint and I are close friends. He definitely won't make things difficult for me." Really? Xiong Yi was overjoyed and said with a smile, "Master has really surprised me. After not seeing each other for 200 years, it's really, 200 years can change a person's state of mind, 200 years can also change a person's strength, but 200 years can't change a person's nature." Xiaohua looked at the starry sky and sighed word by word. Chapter 44-33. Only until here did Xiong Yi suddenly discover that Xiaohua's tone was different. He was startled in his heart and hurriedly knelt down and said, "Master, this disciple has failed Master's great trust. Nearly half of the Fortune Gate's disciples were killed. Disciple has let Master down." Xiaohua flicked his sleeves, not allowing Xiong Yi to kneel. Instead, he said indifferently, "This matter has already passed. Master also does not intend to blame you all for this matter. Although more than half of our Fortune Gate's disciples were killed, Bai Qingyu's demonic beast clans were almost annihilated, and the heaven-concealing ridge and ancient Bell Mountain were also taken over by our Fortune Gate. These disciples have already been avenged. Unfortunately, Xiongyi still didn't dare to get up. He still lowered his head and said, "Master, this disciple knows that you are blaming this disciple for not taking the lives of the Soaring Dragon Mountain Range's disciples seriously." Actually, disciple wanted to come to Bai Qingyu alone that day, but disciple knew that with disciple's strength, it would be extremely difficult to rescue Master. Disciple could only rely on the strength of Soaring Dragon Mountain Range's disciples to have a sliver of hope to rescue Master. Of course, even if they managed to save their Master, the lives of these tens of thousands of disciples would definitely be left behind in Bai Qingyu's hands. However, disciple has already made it clear to Master that disciple is not a good teacher, but I am definitely a good state preceptor. Disciple is willing to bear the infamy to save Master. After all, his Master's life was more valuable than the lives of tens of thousands of disciples in the Soaring Dragon Mountain Range. With a Master, he could create a new Soaring Dragon Mountain Range, or even 2 or 3 new Soaring Dragon Mountain Ranges. But without Master, this Soaring Dragon Mountain Range would not last for long. Therefore, at the Fortune Dao Palace, the disciples did not hesitate to fall out with them. They insisted that the disciples of the Soaring Dragon Mountain Range risk their lives to save Master. This is disciple's fault. Disciple is no longer qualified to manage the Fortune Gate's affairs. Disciple is willing to fulfill his filial piety in front of Master and atone for the deaths of the tens of thousands of disciples. Xiaohua silently looked at Xiongyi. After listening to his words, his heart was filled with mixed feelings. Xiaohua was originally soft-hearted and not good at planning, so he was not the first choice to be the sect leader. In Huang Xiaolong's opinion, he would rather give up his life than let several tens of thousands of Fortune Gate disciples save him. However, what Xiongyi said was correct. After all, as the leader of a sect, he had to be farsighted, decisive, and even decisive. This is what Xiaohua lacks. And the Xiongyi in front of him was precisely such a talent. He knew how important Xiaohua was. For the sake of the Fortune Gate's future, Xiaohua was willing to sacrifice tens of thousands of Soaring Dragon Mountain Range's disciples. This action could be considered cold-blooded and callous, but it was also where Xiongyi stood out from the crowd. It was an extremely calm and wise choice. And now, seeing that Xiaohua's tone was unkind, Xiongyi had already keenly sensed Xiaohua's displeasure. He knew that he might have chosen to go against Xiaohua's benevolence because of this. Without waiting for Xiaohua to say anything, he immediately took the initiative to admit his guilt. However, Xiongyi still thought too much. Xiaohua didn't think about it at all. If it wasn't for Xiongyi's reminder, he really didn't know that Xiongyi was under so much pressure. Disciple. Xiaohua thinks for a moment and says, "Master knows that I am not a qualified sect leader. Not good at the trifling matters of the sect, not good at the development of the sect, and not good at winning over people's hearts. Therefore, when I met you, I said that I would give you a chance to display your talents. I wanted to let the sect that I had created flourish in your hands. Your choice. I have no way to judge it. From the bottom of my heart, Master does not agree. Master feels that everyone's life is equally important, and there should be no distinction between importance and importance. But in reality, what you did was correct. If it wasn't for me, there would be no Soaring Dragon Mountain Range's Fortune Gate, and there wouldn't be the current Fortune Gate's disciples. You used the lives of tens of thousands of disciples in exchange for my life. There is nothing wrong with that. Therefore, disciple, you can rest assured that the Fortune Gate will still be yours in the future. Not only will you have to deal with the Fortune Gate's affairs, Master will also let you do." Before Xiaohua could finish, Xiongyi hurriedly interjected, "Master, you think too highly of disciple. Not to mention senior brothers Xian Songzi and Daoist Master Jing Ting, even junior brothers Lu Yi, Fu Jiwen, and the others' cultivations are much higher than disciples. How can disciples shoulder such a heavy responsibility? Strength is strength, ability is ability. Not every Grand Ascension stage cultivator is a good sect leader. Not every sect leader has to have an extremely high cultivation base. Xiao Hua's mood improved, and he smiled. However, your words have reminded Master that you have to think about how to develop the fortune gate in the future for Master. Every time Master thinks about it, it gives Master a headache. Xiongyi smiled bitterly. Master, it's not that disciple doesn't want to think about it, but the fortune gate's development is too fast. Disciple was still thinking about how to arrange for those golden core disciples when Master suddenly sent over 200,000 6th-grade disciples, much stronger than Disciple. Disciple was caught unprepared. Moreover, Disciple had never thought that our Dao Gate could be established on the hidden immortal mainland, and become such a big sect. Disciple, don't worry, take your time to think. We have time, we have strength, and there will be opportunities in the future. Xiao Hua comforted, as long as what you do is beneficial to the fortune gate, Master will support you. Then, Xiong Yi was relieved when he heard that. Seeing that Xiao Hua's mood had improved, he asked tentatively, Master, your words just now, what did you mean? I'm sure you already know what I told Ao Zhantian earlier. Back then, I saved many Daoist sect cultivators on the Yaotai mountain. Xiao Hua thought for a moment when he saw Xiong Yi's reaction. Xiao Hua roughly explained the situation to Xiong Yi before saying, however, I didn't expect that these cultivators would actually jump out at the first sign of trouble and try to benefit from it. Hee, so that's how it is. Xiong Yi laughed, and said, didn't Master say before? A good sect leader doesn't necessarily have a good cultivation. In fact, in terms of winning people's hearts and expanding one's influence, one doesn't necessarily have to rely on absolute strength. Although Master's strength is powerful, it can only convince people on the surface, but not in their hearts. Once something happens to Master, some people will definitely jump out. Only a small portion of people are loyal, and the majority can only be used. Even if Master wants to use these forces, Master still has to use methods. Using kindness and coercion is one way, and using the advantages and disadvantages is another way. Master probably doesn't care about these methods. However, Master, you should be happy as well. According to senior brother Ao Zhantian, there are many Dao sect cultivators who are disloyal, but not many of them are willing to do so. There are many Dao sect cultivators, and even the Dragon Tribe and Demon Tribe cultivators who have come to rescue Master. Alas, cultivation is still easier. Xiao Hua waved his hand, and said, these scheming things are too tiring. Master, you're a transcendent being, so you don't have to worry so much. Disciple and the others are different, and we can't not consider so many things. Xiong Yi smiled bitterly. Xiao Hua smiled, and asked again, Disciple, you said that the Fortune Gate Palace has different opinions about coming to the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm to rescue Master? Xiong Yi didn't hide it, and nodded, and said, yes. Some junior brothers think that the foundation of the Soaring Dragon Mountain Range is important, and even if we go to Bai Qingyu, we'll just be throwing our lives away, so they don't want the Soaring Dragon Mountain Range disciples to come and rescue us. At this point, Xiong Yi hurriedly explained, of course, this idea is not wrong. After all, senior brother Ao Zhantian, Zhang Daoran, esteemed Sun Kong, and senior Zhai Xingzi all have the same idea. They want to rely on their own strength and not give up all their strength. Does Chang Yu also have the same idea? Xiao Hua couldn't help but ask. No. Xiong Yi answered without hesitation, junior brother Chang Yu is the one who supports his disciples the most. If it weren't for the fact that his disciples are all weak, he would have brought all of them. Then what about the disciples he brought? Xiao Hua asked. Most of the disciples he brought are senior brother Li Xiang's. Xiong Yi explained, although he isn't particularly familiar with these disciples, they are still much stronger than his own disciples. It's a pity that junior brother Chang Yu was unlucky and didn't get to meet Master. Disciple, can you tell me about the Fortune Gate Palace's situation, and the Soaring Dragon Mountain Range to Bai Qingyu? Xiao Hua's expression didn't change, and he asked again. Of course. Xiong Yi was a little suspicious, and he smiled apologetically. However, Master, disciple might not remember clearly. It's best to ask senior brother Li Xiang and junior brother Lan to fill in the gaps. No matter. Xiaohua smiled, these are all things of the past. Go ahead and tell me, master will ask them in the future. That's good. Xiongyi nodded and recounted everything. When he finished, Xiaohua nodded and said, it's not easy for all of you. It's not wrong for everyone to make different choices. Go back to the Kunlun immortal realm and cultivate well. Oh, don't forget, help master think about how to develop the fortune gate in the future. In the future, master will rely on your ability to bring the fortune gate to greater heights. Yes, master. Xiongyi bowed respectfully and was immediately sent into the Xinhua continent by Xiaohua. Fellow Daoist Wu, how is it? Xiaohua put away the Kunlun mirror and looked at the side where Xiongyi was previously standing. Daoist Wu's figure appeared. He looked at Xiaohua and said, there are no changes in the soul. If I'm not mistaken, what Xiongyi said is the truth. Of course, human nature is the most complicated thing in the world. I can't guarantee that all soul techniques will succeed. If what Xiongyi said is true, then I's suspicion of Changyu was wrong. Xiaohua's face turned cold, then there's only one possibility left. Xian Ping didn't recognize Changyu before, and Changyu didn't collude with Shui Mingzi. Xian Ping had seen Changyu in his nascent soul state after abandoning his physical body. If Changyu didn't see difficulties on the way to Bai Qingyu and changed his mind, then there's something wrong with Changyu's death. So complicated. Daoist Wu was puzzled, no wonder people's hearts are unpredictable. Fellow Daoist, you should ask fellow Daoist Wen Chu to come over and give you advice. I's better off cultivating. Chapter 44-34. Huh, alright. Xiaohua laughed. Go ahead, fellow Daoist. Everything will come to light one day. Let's wait and see. Just as Daoist Witch was about to leave, Xiaohua suddenly thought of something and asked Daoist Witch in a low voice. Daoist Witch frowned and left after a few answers. Alas, man's ego is always higher than the sky. Xiaohua sighed as he watched Daoist Witch disappear. If not for this ego, how could there be cultivators among the human race? If not for this ego, how could there be immortals in this world? But it's also because of this ego that there are too many disturbances, too much chaos, and too much suffering in this world. After saying that, Xiaohua fell silent for a moment and took out the Kunlun mirror. As the light beam flashed, Ao Sheng was pulled out from the Xinhua continent. Needless to say, Ao Sheng was even more surprised by the starlight in the sky. However, Xiaohua was not in a good mood and ignored him. After Ao Sheng finished muttering and saw that Xiaohua did not say anything, he immediately lowered his head and asked cautiously, Dragon Master Xiao, why did you call me out? I've already promised you that I'll bring you out to experience and improve your strength. Xiaohua glanced at Ao Sheng, who had finally calmed down, and said, actually, the experience is secondary. The most important thing is, my good friend, Daoist Yun, has some opportunities. This opportunity has something to do with you. Daoist Yun wants to return some of this opportunity to you. Oh. Ao Sheng was confused and asked curiously, Dragon Master Xiao, what you're saying? I don't seem to understand. It doesn't matter if you understand now. A rare smile appeared on Xiaohua's face. You all took the risk to come to the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm to rescue me. I must repay this kindness. As for what Daoist Yun gave you, you may not know now, and you may not know in the future. But when you do know, just think about what I said today. Yes, Dragon Master Xiao. Ao Sheng nodded and said respectfully, I understand. Dragon Master Xiao's kindness to me, and even to the dragon race, will be engraved in my heart. Xiaohua nodded and activated the Kunlun mirror in his hand. Under the light, Daoist Yun flew out of the space. After hearing Xiaohua's voice transmission, Daoist Yun shook his head and said, Daoist, isn't Ao Sheng going to the Star Moon Palace with us? If he were to enter the Kunlun immortal realm to cultivate now, he would probably fall into a deep sleep first. Then, he would miss out on the opportunity to enter the Star Moon Palace. Yun, Daoist Yun, he said, patted his forehead, I've been too hasty. I've forgotten about the Star Moon Palace. Ao Sheng looked at Xiao Hua and did not dare to say anything. Star Moon Palace was a matter of great importance. How could Xiao Hua forget about it? Daoist, Daoist Yun, Daoist, Daoist, Daoist B. Daoist, Daoist to Dao, Daoist, Daoist to him to break, Daoist, 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 Daoist forget, you, Daoist ist. Daoist. Daoist you. I'll always be the old hen who protects her children. Xiao Hua said self-deprecatingly, even if I become an immortal, I'm afraid these disciples will still be in my heart, let alone a Mahayana. This is a blessing for us disciples. Ao Sheng finally understood something and said respectfully, this disciple will be like Xiao Longsher and continue this love. Good. Xiao Hua laughed and clapped his hands. To be able to hear the word love from the mouth of a dragon, I've reaped the rewards of my efforts. If that's the case, we'll talk about this later. Daoist, please go back. Daoist. Daoist Yun suggested again, it will take some time to reach the Star Moon Palace. Why don't I teach Ao Sheng some secret techniques of the dragon race? It can also lay a foundation for his future cultivation. I'll leave this to you, Daoist. Xiao Hua said with a smile, actually, Dragon Master, should be yours. Well said. Daoist Yun nodded. Daoist, please open a mystic realm in Kunlun Immortal Realm so that Ao Sheng can cultivate in it. Xiao Hua understood what Daoist Yun meant. He shook the Kunlun mirror and sent Daoist Yun and Ao Sheng to a void above Shenhua continent, where the two dragons could do whatever they wanted. As Daoist sorcerer had yet to return, Xiao Hua simply brought Blackie and Goldie out of the void and talked to them while waiting. Although Goldie had already told Xiao Hua about his experience in the past 200 years, it was still too simple. Now that there was no one else around, Goldie's chatterbox was opened again, jumping up and down on Xiao Hua's body while talking. Blackie stood obediently on one of Xiao Hua's shoulders, occasionally interrupting and correcting him, but most of the time, he just listened. Looking at the two cute little things with their own distinct characteristics, Xiao Hua's heart was overflowing with fatherly love. He used his hand to touch the two little things' warm fur. Feeling the attachment of the two little things, he was deeply moved again. Others might not know how powerful Di Ting and the heaven-devouring beast were, but he knew them very well. Even though they were severely injured, they were still not something that a human Mahayana realm cultivator could handle. It was hard to imagine that these two powerful demon beasts looked like this when they were young. However, Xiao Hua also understood that although Blackie and Goldie had the bloodlines of Di Ting and the heaven-devouring beast, they still had a long way to go before they could cultivate to the same level as them. The blood crystals Xiao Hua obtained from the heaven-devouring beast and Di Ting were the starting point of this path. 4 hours later, Daoist sorcerer finally returned. Xiao Hua's heart skipped a beat when he saw Daoist sorcerer's slightly gloomy face. How was it? What did I get? Is I right? I can't tell if fellow Daoist's guess is correct or not. Daoist Wu replied indifferently, there's a restriction in the souls of Daoist Qingsu, Daoist Fantian, and the other Daoist cultivators. Although I can break it, I'm afraid of alerting them and messing up fellow Daoists' arrangements, so I can't know the true intentions of the primordial chaos ancestor. I can't tell if these subordinates of the Grand Mist ancestor are sincere in helping the Fortune Gate or if they have ulterior motives. It's fine. Xiao Hua's heart relaxed and he waved his hand, the truth will come out one day. If the Grand Mist ancestor doesn't have any ulterior motives and is sincere in helping the Fortune Gate, I will repay him generously. If he has ulterior motives, would I be afraid of him? Daoist sorcerer nodded and said, although I didn't find anything in the souls of Venerable Fantian and the others, I found the magic treasure that fellow Daoist gave to Jianghu and Daoist Master Qing Su's spatial pouch. Oh? Xiao Hua raised his eyebrows and a cold smile appeared on his face. This is interesting. Could it be that Daoist Master Qing Su has something to do with Changyu's death? Xiao Hua raised his head and looked at the sky, muttering to himself, but this magic treasure alone doesn't prove anything. Perhaps Daoist Master Qing Su picked it up on the road, Or perhaps Daoist Master Qing Su met with danger together with Chang Yu and Prince Lan. Chang Yu sacrificed his life to protect Prince Lan, and the magic treasure was lost after he self-destructed. Daoist Master Qing Su picked up the magic treasure and didn't return it to Prince Lan. What if there is another magic treasure? Daoist sorcerer raised his hand and there was a ball of green light in his palm. Inside the ball of light, there was a faint soul that looked like a small person sleeping peacefully. Ah! Xiao Hua was shocked. When he saw that the small person inside was Chang Yu, he was wild with joy. His mind rolled, and Chang Yu's soul that was about to disappear immediately fell into it. Xiao Hua looked at it and didn't dare to be negligent. He released the netherworld origin power again and carefully sent this soul into the inside of the space. Just like Fairy Jing's soul, it was placed at the root of the netherworld fruit tree. After everything was done, Xiao Hua heaved a sigh of relief. He looked at Daoist sorcerer in bewilderment and said, "Didn't Chang Yu self-destruct his nascent soul? Where did you get his soul? Even if there is a primordial spirit imprint in his magic treasure, that shouldn't be enough to preserve his 3 souls and 6 spirits, right?" Ha ha ha. Daoist sorcerer laughed and said, "Speaking of this, you should thank I properly." "Tell me in detail, Daoist sorcerer." Xiao Hua still didn't understand. Daoist sorcerer explained, "Do you still remember when you took Chang Yu as your disciple under Yaotai Mountain?" "Of course." Xiao Hua thought for a moment and still didn't understand. "What's so strange about it? What does this have to do with you? That day, you discovered that Chang Yu's cultivation method was changed by a Confucian cultivator, right?" "Yes." Xiao Hua nodded matter-of-factly. "At that time, I changed the cultivation method and passed it to him." At this point, Xiao Hua slapped his forehead and came to a realization. "That's right, that cultivation method wasn't changed by I myself. It was changed by Daoist Thunderbolt." "Yes. The cultivation method was changed by Daoist Thunderbolt, but the original cultivation method had a heavy impact on the Dao Foundation. If he didn't cultivate it again, it was impossible to reach the body integration realm." Daoist Thunderbolt thought for a long time and felt that changing the Dao Sex Dharma spells only treated the symptoms but not the root cause. Therefore, he asked I to change it, hoping that the soul spell could solve the root cause. I added some soul cultivation content in this cultivation method. Oh, this soul cultivation content is similar to the remnant copy of the primordial spirit that Daoist Thunderbolt obtained before. Chang Yu was probably very lucky. When he cultivated the cultivation method, he was proficient in this part of the soul spell. When he sacrificially refined the Dharma treasure, he used this part of the divine ability and placed a part of his primordial spirit in his natal Dharma treasure. Therefore, when Chang Yu self-destructed, he must have thought of hiding his primordial spirit in his natal Dharma treasure. Daoist sorcerer explained, of course, Chang Yu's half-baked method of placing his primordial spirit was not enough to preserve his primordial spirit. However, the Dharma treasure that Daoist Thunderbolt gave him was not ordinary. It was an original Dharma treasure in Daoist Thunderbolt space. There was another universe inside that could temporarily preserve his primordial spirit. In addition, Chang Yu died not long ago, so Daoist Qing Su didn't have time to sacrifice himself. This allowed Chang Yu's 3 souls and 6 spirits to be preserved. Chapter 44-35. Good boy, good boy. Xiao Hua clapped and laughed. Chang Yu must be a loyal and righteous person. Otherwise, how could the heavenly Tao be so kind to him? Although he has cultivated to the nascent soul realm, his future is limited. Now that his fate with this world has been severed, his soul has been preserved, and he has the method of entrusting his primordial spirit, so his memories of this life should be preserved. From now on, he will be reborn in the Xinhua continent, similar to the Buddhist sect's reincarnation. From now on, his cultivation path will be smooth. Even if he can't preserve his memories and cultivation techniques, on the Xinhua continent, he will have a better future than he does now. Daoist Witch agreed. That's right, that's right. Xiao Hua nodded and bowed. I thank you on behalf of Chang Yu. If you hadn't arrived in time, his soul would have dissipated in the air after a while. He wouldn't even have the chance to reincarnate. You're welcome. Daoist which returned the greeting. Your disciple is also I's disciple. What's there to thank me for? However, Chang Yu's 3 souls and 6 spirits are already damaged and need to be repaired on the underworld fruit tree. I can't ask him more. Otherwise, the truth of the matter would be easily known. The so-called truth of the matter is really not worth mentioning compared to Chang Yu's matter. Xiao Hua laughed. Since I have already been alerted, the truth will appear sooner or later. You should go back and rest first. All right, I will take my leave. Daoist which cupped his hands and returned to the space. Xiao Hua stood there and looked into the distance. The smile in his eyes slowly disappeared, and a faint frost hung on his face. He snorted coldly. At any time, a choice means a loss, and different choices mean different losses. Since you have made a choice, what you have lost has become reality. After saying that, Xiao Hua didn't put the 2 little ones into the space. He moved his body and headed east. After a few hours, the sky was bright. However, there wasn't much of a difference between night and day in the 1,000 Demons' sacred realm. The sky was filled with stars, and all of them were clamoring to compete with the sun. After an entire day, the sun very uninterestedly set from the east to the west. If someone didn't look directly at the sky, they wouldn't be able to see the sun's shadow. This situation lasted for 81 days and nights. Then, the curtains slowly came to an end. The starry sky dimmed once more, and the starlight gradually dimmed. At this point, the boundlessly jubilant 1,000 Beasts sacred realm finally fell silent again. The demons who had benefited all went into seclusion to refine the power of the stars and moons that could only be obtained in 100 or even 1,000 years. What was special was that the star power that the Phoenix Parasol drew upon was extremely pure and of extremely high quality. It was extremely beneficial for many demons to break through their bottlenecks. This starlight banquet directly caused the overall strength of the 1,000 Demons' sacred realm to increase. Xiao Hua did not care about this star-moon banquet. He knew in his heart that no matter how much the demon race of the 1,000 Demons' sacred realm benefited, the biggest winner was still Feng Wu of the Great Sage Temple. He only flew towards the east of the 1,000 Demons' sacred realm to search for traces of the Bright Moon Palace. Although Ingbo of the Continuous Merchant Alliance had received Dou Shanjun's message and even received some information about Jai Xinglu, the Continuous Merchant Alliance was too inexperienced after all. They did not know the specific time and location of the Star Moon Palace's appearance. What made Xiao Hua even more puzzled was that there were some Jai Xinglu in the 1,000 Demons' sacred realm. However, for some reason, these Jai Xinglu had all disappeared in the past 100 years. The Continuous Merchant Alliance's ability was not enough to find the reason for the disappearance. However, Xiao Hua did not particularly care. After all, other than the demon race, there were only humans who coveted the opportunities of the Star Moon Palace. As long as he went to the east of the 1,000 Demons' sacred realm and saw a human, wouldn't he just need to ask around and find out? Xiao Hua did not believe that with his status as a human Mahayana realm cultivator, he could not even find out this information. Moreover, Xiao Hua believed that Jai Xinglu would have some arrangements in the east of the 1,000 Demons' sacred realm. Dou Shanjun alone could give the jade eyes to Ingbo in advance. How could he not have predicted his arrival? Unfortunately, Xiao Hua still underestimated the vastness of the 1,000 Demons' sacred realm. He had been flying towards the east for dozens of days and saw the demon realms below him one after another. Some were continuous mountains, some were crisscrossing paths, some were deep ravines, and some were filled with lakes. He did not see anything special. He also encountered many demon races. There were great demons, demon kings, sun devourer, and heaven devourer. However, these demon races did not know about the Star Moon Palace, nor did they know where Jai Xinglu was. On this day, they arrived at another place with water. This swamp was slightly different from what Xiao Hua had seen previously. Not only was this swamp huge, but even though he did not release his divine thought, he could not see the edge of this swamp. Moreover, there were many rivers on the left side of the swamp. These rivers were like jade ribbons that wrapped around the swamp. Many water races lived in these rivers. Occasionally, there would be some water races that had gained sentience and would fight in groups. Looking at the many rivers, he saw that they all originated from a mountain range thousands of miles away from the swamp. This mountain range was also very tall. The mountain peaks that stretched for thousands of miles were covered in white snow. Many thin streams were formed from the mountain range and slowly flowed down. When they converged into a river, they flowed through the plains at the foot of the mountain and became a majestic river. These hundreds of thousands of rivers strangely surrounded the entire swamp, and the river water flowed into it continuously. There were many islands in the swamp. Some were several acres in size, while others were several miles in size. The islands were either rugged like rocks or lush like forests. Occasionally, there were flocks of water birds flying above the swamp. There were also schools of fish swimming on the surface of the water. Although there wasn't the fragrance of fish and rice, Xiaohua couldn't help but slow down when his gaze swept across the lake and mountain scenery. However, just as Xiaohua flew into the swamp, between the swamp and the snowy mountain range in the distance, boom boom. A series of explosions suddenly sounded. Then, he saw a light that soared into the sky, illuminating the already dim sky. The Thousand Demons' sacred realm was not like the hidden immortal continent, nor was it like the Western Paradise. Ordinary fights between the demon race could be found everywhere. During the period when Feng Wu attracted the power of 10,000 stars, all the demon race were focused on absorbing the power of the stars and did not have time to fight. Then, Xiaohua flew in the Thousand Demons' sacred realm. Other than the beautiful scenery, what he saw was bloody fights. Compared to the time when Xiaohua followed Shui Mingzi and the others to Bai Qingyu, they encountered a lot more killing. Xiaohua didn't pay any attention to the fights between the demon race unless he saw that a demon race member really wanted to perish together with him. Only then would Xiaohua release his aura to disperse the demon race member. The rest would just fly past him. However, when this light landed in Xiaohua's eyes, it was so familiar. Xiaohua could not help but chuckle. Previously, I was talking to Zhai Xingzi about the 4 joys of a Confucian cultivator's life. Today, I met an old friend in a foreign land. It's really interesting. However, when he released his divine sense and saw the situation in the distance, he could not help but be stunned again. He almost said to himself in surprise, "Oh? She? How could she be here?" Thousands of miles away, it was where several rivers intersected. These rivers were like ancient trees in a dense forest, entangled together. In the several hundred acres of water area, there were dozens of tributaries that sometimes flowed to the west and sometimes to the north. It was impossible to distinguish which tributary flew out from which river. In the sky above this water area, there were 3 balls of holy light that kept churning. Among these 3 balls of light, there were 2 big ones and 1 small one. The big one was several hundred zhang in size, and the small one was only several hundred zhang in size. Regardless of the size, these balls of light were different from the light of the moon and stars. They were abnormally pure. Moreover, every strand of light from these balls of light would send out strands of awe-inspiring qi in the air. A kind of feeling that made one's heart calm involuntarily arose. Looking inside the balls of light, there were 3 light beasts with dragon heads, qilin bodies, cow hooves, and lion-like tails. Weren't they the ones Xiaohua met in the Bronze Pillar country in his early years? The male and female light beasts in the balls of light were no different from before. The light beast's cub was 1 size bigger. Below their feet, there were many clouds floating in the air. These clouds changed from time to time. Gold rui, silver rui, dragon balls, and gold ingots appeared as if they were real, appearing and disappearing in the sky. At this time, the 3 light beasts were standing in the air and roaring. Although the pure brilliance made one feel at ease, the brilliance was like a flame rolling in the sky, revealing the anger of the 3 light beasts. Several li in front of the light beasts' heads, there was a hawk owl thousands of zhang in size, flapping its wings and coldly looking at them. Wasn't this the venerable Master 9 Firmaments that Xiaohua met that day? However, at this time, Venerable Master 9 Firmaments had already transformed into a hawk owl. The hawk owl's body was huge, and its feathers were like iron. Waves of demonic chi overflowed from the gaps of its feathers, spreading in all directions. The faint power of the moon and stars also flashed around the hawk owl's body. It was indescribably valiant, and it was definitely not the appearance Xiao Hua saw that day. Below the hawk owl, above the water, there was a catfish thousands of zhang in size. It also emitted a dense demonic chi, twisting its huge demonic body at low altitude. The surface of the catfish's body was not covered with ordinary scales. As its demonic body swayed, waves of ripples flowed on the surface of its body. Occasionally, the demonic chi would disperse, and a layer of glossy and sinister black light would be reflected in the dusk along with the ripples. Moreover, when the catfish flapped its huge tail, there was a faint rumbling sound at low altitude. The water below the catfish's body also had waves of several zhang in size. Although there were only 3 light beasts, the hawk owl and the catfish were not the only ones. Behind the 2 demonic beasts, there were thousands of flying demonic beasts and water demonic beasts, holding various demonic artifacts in their hands. They rode demonic clouds and scattered in the air and water. Their gazes all fell on the light beasts, and there was no fear in their eyes. Chapter 44-36. Light Beast. The sparrowhawk flapped its wings, causing the wind to howl. It seemed to be demonstrating and encouraging. Its slightly hoarse voice sounded in the wind, "Don't go too far. Back then, I did offend you and took your child away. But I had my reasons. As soon as I had the chance to return to the Thousand Demons' sacred realm, I immediately asked a familiar great demon to go to the light demon realm to plead for mercy. Not only did you not accept my apology, but you also injured that great demon, causing me to compensate him with a lot of things. After that, I sent my subordinates to the light demon realm many times to offer things, just to get your forgiveness. But not only did you not accept the things, you even killed my subordinates. Did I think that I couldn't get your forgiveness even if I compromised? Now that you've chased me to the water wave demon realm, do you really want to kill all of us without leaving a trace of mercy? Ao. The huge catfish also cried from below, "Light beast, listen to me. We did offend you back then. But think about it, how many people in the Thousand Demons' sacred realm would be willing to offend you? Why did we have to find trouble with you? We were forced into a dead end, so we had no choice but to take the risk. Besides, your little brat was captured by us, and we served him carefully. We didn't abuse him, nor did we offer him to the Demon King. Think about it, if he wasn't in our hands, but in the hands of humans or other demon clans, would he still be alive?" Roar. The light beast roared. Its appearance changed, and it said coldly, "Those who humiliate us light beasts must be killed." Humph. The other light beast cried out in the distance, "It's not wrong for you to want to get out of this predicament. But you can think of your own way. Why do you have to use our lives as a bargaining chip? And you knew that we were seriously injured, but you still set up an ambush to lure us into a trap. How can a few things and an apology make up for such sinister intentions? Kill." The light beast roared and stomped its front hooves forward. The cloud of gold and agate immediately emitted a murderous aura. Flames gushed out from the light beast and rushed towards Catfish. At this moment, Hawk Owl anxiously shouted, "Wait!" The light beast smiled coldly. The light sword was flashing under his feet. He said, "Master Jiu Shao, do you have anything else to say? To tell you the truth, even if you can make Tai's shoe blossom today, this old man will not let you go." Hawk Owl seemed to be stalling for time. He screamed, "It's just a life and death struggle. What's so great about that? I just want to ask you a question." "Speak." The light beast said coldly. "Light beast, do you know who Ding Buxing of your light beast clan is? It's because you guys are too stubborn and don't know how to be flexible. As long as you set your mind on something, you'll definitely do it." Yen Xiao said, "With your personality, who knows how many demons you've offended in the Thousand Demons' sacred realm? Back then, wasn't that why you were injured? Today, it's time for us to die, so we're not afraid of offending you. If you think these words have any value, why don't you start from today, Anne?" "Shut up." The light beast roared and shouted, as long as there's light, there's no fear of darkness. As long as there's justice, there's no fear of evil. If we live in darkness, what's the point of talking about light? If this old man tolerates your ugliness, how can this old man be called the light beast? Although we light beasts don't have many clansmen, there's justice in heaven and earth. My light beast clan won't go extinct. That's because, no matter how dark the world is, light will always exist. After it finished speaking, the light beast let out a loud roar, and its entire body shone brightly. Circles of heart-shaped light emerged from the light beast's body and spread out in all directions. In just a short moment, the space within a few dozen miles was filled with a pure and holy energy. When the light landed on Yen Xiao and Catfish's bodies, it emitted a sizzling sound. The black flames and demonic qi around the two demons were mostly wiped out by this light. Not only that, the light penetrated the black flames and pierced into the two demons' bodies like needles. Catfish's shiny body actually produced clusters of light spots. Roar! The two demons seemed to be in pain. They twisted their bodies and roared loudly. The water under Catfish's body surged up to 100 feet high wave. Ha ha ha. The light beast laughed loudly. Did you see that? How can light coexist with darkness? While laughing, the light beast suddenly kicked out the bull leg that had been brewing for a long time. Woo! Amidst the whistling of the wind, the auspicious cloud mixed with the beam of light transformed into a huge shadow and fell towards Catfish. Wherever the cloud passed, layers of space would crack. Before the shadow could get close to Catfish, the surface of Catfish's body began to tremble violently. Circles of ripples began to spread out from the surface of Catfish's body. Damn it! Seeing that the light beast was so powerful after its injury was healed, and that just a casual stomp of its hoof was already so powerful, far beyond its expectation, Catfish couldn't help but curse inwardly. Its huge monster body swayed, and its tail, which was even bigger than a mountain, appeared in front of Catfish from a low altitude. Boom! The shadow of the light beast's hoof stomped on Catfish's tail, and in the midst of a huge explosion, the shadow of the light hoof was shattered. The auspicious clouds turned into countless ingots and scattered in the air, and the light of the light beast disappeared along with the ingots. Ah! It seemed that Catfish had the upper hand, but then he roared again. Because where the shadow of light disappeared, a huge mark of light was imprinted on Catfish's tail. This mark seemed to be engraved on his tail. Not only was it unusually clear, but it was also seeping into Catfish's body. The demon chi on Catfish's body sizzled and disappeared rapidly. A faint blood-red light also rose from the mark. Unfortunately, Hawk Owl had no time to care about Catfish. The moment the light beast stepped out of the shadow of the light hoof, he opened his mouth. Woo! A beam of light more than 10 feet in size shot out from his mouth and rushed towards Hawk Owl. This beam of light was even more ferocious than the light hoof. Wherever it went, the space would shatter. Moreover, where the space shattered, a lot of noble chi would fall into the beam of light. Before the beam of light even reached Hawk Owl, the feathers on his body had already begun to stand up. Caw! Hawk Owl let out a sharp cry and spat out demon chi from his mouth. His wings flapped, and pitch-black lightning also surged towards the beam of light. Puff puff puff. A series of muffled sounds rang out in the air. When the beam of light fell into the demon chi and lightning, it directly pierced through them like a hot knife through butter. Furthermore, the beam of light didn't slow down at all. It hit Hawk Owl and caused him to stagger. Several of his feathers fluttered in the air, making him look rather miserable. Humph. Seeing that the two demon beasts were unable to withstand a mere probing attack, the light beast snorted coldly. Back then, you took advantage of this old man's heavy injuries to scheme and humiliate this old man. Today, this old man will show you the power of this light beast. As it spoke, the light beast's horn began to produce bright and dark runes. These runes began to attract a boundless amount of righteous chi. When the righteous chi descended, many beautiful syllables began to appear in the air. Then, the light beast's body flashed, and like a meteor, it pounced towards the sparrow hawk. Damn it! Hawk Owl cursed under his breath. The demon chi around his body became even denser. Following which, he flapped his wings and countless stars and moon energy fell from the sky. Caw. Hawk Owl let out another long cry, and a demon rune several feet in size appeared between his eyebrows. Just as this demon rune appeared, boom. A beam of moonlight and starlight crashed into it. The demon rune also shone brightly and turned into a layer of starlight that fell on Hawk Owl's body. The starlight sank into the demon chi, and the demon chi around Hawk Owl's body suddenly tumbled. Starting from the top of his head, all the demon chi mixed with the moonlight turned into a pitch-black demon armor that protected his body. In the span of a few breaths after the demon armor was formed, the radiant beast's dragon horn, which carried a majestic aura, passed through space and landed in front of the sparrow hawk. Seeing that there was no way for the sparrow hawk to dodge, the sparrow hawk decided to face the attack head-on. Boom boom boom. The dragon horns hit the demon armor, and with a loud bang, the demon armor broke inch by inch, turning into fist-sized demon runes. These demon runes were also destroyed by the light beast's light runes. Not only was the demon armor destroyed, but the feathers below were also shot off. While Hawk Owl's body was flipped over, a light imprint that was more than 10 feet in size was engraved on his already exposed pitch-black demon body. Caw. Hawk Owl let out another cry, and like catfish, his body began to tremble like a sieve. Kill. The other light beast saw that it had gained the upper hand and roared. Its body flew behind Catfish and Hawk Owl. Seeing the light beast move, the light beast's cub hurriedly jumped onto the light beast's back. Seeing the light beast's attack, the demon race of the water wave demon realm were very afraid, but they didn't dare to escape. They could only brace themselves and wave their demon weapons to meet the light beast's attack. However, even Hawk Owl and Catfish couldn't resist the light beast's light beam, so how could these little demons resist it? When the light beam fell, some of the demon race's demon weapons were destroyed, and some of the demon race were killed. Light beast. Hawk Owl shouted, "Do you really want to force us to fight to the death?" Fight to the death? The light beast sneered, "You really know how to dream. You don't have the strength to fight to the death. You only have the strength of the moon-picking realm. If it wasn't for the fact that I have a grudge against you, I definitely wouldn't be bothered to make a move on you." Buzz buzz. As the light beast's voice fell, Hawk Owl and Catfish's bodies emitted a roaring sound at the same time. Thick demon chi gushed out from all parts of their bodies, and this demon chi was slightly different from before. Not only was the color darker, there were even some faint traces of blood in it, and part of the demon chi could even be turned into liquid. Under the demon chi, the light imprint on the two demons' bodies was washed away. Even the faces of the two demons looked ferocious in this demon chi. Chapter 44-37. Oh. This demonic aura is a little strange. The light beast's eyes narrowed slightly. While he was thinking to himself, his body emitted a dazzling light as he rushed toward Hawk Owl. At this moment, Hawk Owl and Catfish opened their mouths at the same time. 9 pitch-black stone tablets rushed out from their mouths. They were the 9 dragon tablets that had previously suppressed the light beast's infant. The power of these 9 dragon tablets was even stronger than before. As soon as they fell into the air, they immediately let out a huge roar. Boom boom boom. Black demonic aura gushed out from the tablets. This demonic aura condensed into 9 ferocious dragon children. Not only did their ferocious aura soar to the sky, but they also shrouded an area of dozens of miles. Kill. Hawk Owl and Catfish roared at the same time. Their demonic bodies shrunk by 30%. Waves of dense demonic aura guided the pillars of light into the 9 dragon tablets. The 9 dragon children's bodies grew bigger and bigger. Their faces were also unusually ferocious. They roared and pounced toward the light beast. The light beast's light that Hawk Owl and Catfish were so afraid of was actually devoured by the 9 dragon children. Ha! Seeing that it was the 9 dragon tablets again, the light beast was not afraid at all. He laughed and said, "You two reckless things. This is the dragon weapon of the Dragon Palace. How can you activate it?" That day when I was seriously injured, the 9 dragon tablets could not do anything to me. How can you trap me now? The moment the light beast finished speaking, it noticed that he was different from the previous time. He did not activate the heart-shaped brilliance. Instead, he controlled the Qilin-like demon body and twisted like a dragon body. The huge scales once again emitted a dark green brilliance. When the black energy of the 9 suns dragon tablet fell, a light pillar shot out from each of the scales. These light pillars charged into the black energy of the 9 suns dragon tablet and instantly pierced thousands of holes into the 9 sons of the dragon clan. Ao. The 9 dragon children roared in a low voice. However, their bodies became dimmer and dimmer. More than half of their ferocious aura was destroyed. Roar. The light beast let out another loud roar. Its body did not move as it spat out a ray of light toward one of the 9 dragon tablets. This ray of light was not considered dazzling. However, when it landed on the black aura, it had already destroyed the black aura that had been agglomerated. When the ray of light struck the dragon tablet, a loud bang sounded. The black aura on the dragon tablet was completely swept away, revealing a pitch-black dragon tablet. At this moment, the dragon runes engraved on the surface of the dragon tablet revealed a solemn, vast, and majestic aura. Looking at the dragon steel tumbling in the air, the light beast said coldly, "Despicable thing, even if you have the dragon steel, you can't do anything noble. This dragon steel is a stain on the East Sea Dragon Palace compared to what you have refined." As he spoke, runes appeared on the light beast's dragon horns, and its figure charged towards the flaw in the 9 suns dragon steel, preparing to kill Sparrow Hawk. At this moment, an arrogant voice suddenly sounded in the distant sky. "Hee, Sparrow Hawk and Catfish have the 9 suns dragon steel. Naturally, they are not your opponent, but what if I take it?" "Who?" The light beast was stunned. The light around its body immediately converged as it turned its head to look at the source of the voice. However, it saw that in the sky above the 9 suns dragon steel, there were already layers of spatial ripples, and a powerful aura came out from the ripples. At the same time, clusters of black light shadows like small snakes also rushed out in all directions along with this aura. Dragon Clan? Feeling a somewhat familiar aura, the light beast was a little stunned. He whispered and roared at the light beast who was killing the water tribe in the water wave demon realm in the distance. Swoosh swoosh. Without waiting for the light beast's loud roar to land, the sky seemed to be boiling. Like a flood, black dragon patterns emerged from the light shadow and surged towards the 9 suns dragon steels in the sky that had already dimmed with black energy. Boom boom boom. The dragon runes almost ignored the spatial distance and fell on the 9 suns dragon steel. The 9 suns dragon steel let out a different roar from before. The previous sound was purely the roar of the dragon weapon, but this roar was like a dragon's roar. Along with this dragon's roar, another dragon's roar that shook the wilderness came from the space. The light shadows in the sky shattered, and a pitch-black dragon flew out with bared fangs and brandished claws. As soon as this black dragon appeared, its dragon claws grabbed at the light beast. A faint brilliance appeared on the dragon claws, and a weak fluctuation fell on the 9 suns dragon steel through the space. The 9 suns dragon steel that was originally emitting a dragon's roar shook again. Layers of different fluctuations were emitted from it at the same time, completely sealing the space that originally had some flaws. Moreover, the dragon runes on the dragon steel began to float, flowing on the surface of the dragon steel. In just a moment, the 9 suns dragon steel let out a crisp sound at the same time. Caw. Like the sound of a shell breaking, the dragon steel turned into the 9 suns of the dragon clan and flew in the air. The 9 suns formed by the dragon steel looked no different from ordinary dragon clan. Not only were their faces ferocious, but their auras were also imposing. Even the dragon aura on their bodies was exactly the same. Woo! Seeing the dragon steel turn into suns, demon monarch Kuang Chong let out a sinister laugh. He opened his mouth, and several dragon breaths fell. The 9 suns became even more ferocious after receiving the dragon breaths. They roared and pounced at the light beast. Greetings to demon monarch Kuang Chong. Seeing the dragon clan appear and activate the 9 Suns dragon steel, Hawk Owl and Catfish both let out a sigh of relief. They hurriedly retreated, far away from the light beast, and shouted, "Fortunately, I didn't fail my mission and lured the light beast here, ha ha ha." The dragon clan laughed loudly. The dragon aura around him mixed with black flames seemed to be able to tear the sky apart. "You don't have to say any more. Since you were able to lure the light beast here, I won't pursue the crime of stealing the 9 Suns dragon steel. I'll also bestow this water ripple demon realm to you. In the future, you can freely enter and exit the 1,000 demons sacred realm." "Yes, yes. Thank you, Demon Monarch Quang Chong." When Hawk Owl and Catfish heard this, they couldn't help but be overjoyed. They shouted again, "We will definitely help my king capture this light beast. I already know of your loyalty." The dragon clan laughed loudly. "However, your strength is really not enough. It's better to retreat to the side." "Yes." Although Hawk Owl and Catfish didn't understand why Demon Monarch Quang Chong came alone, they didn't dare to ask anything. They activated their demon bodies to escape. "Where do you think you're going?" When Demon Monarch Quang Chong appeared, the female light beast that was attacking the water clan had already sensed that something was amiss. She brought the young light beasts and was about to fly over to rendezvous with the male light beast. However, just as she was flying, Demon Monarch Quang Chong had already activated the 9 Suns dragon steel to trap the light beast inside. How could the female light beast let Hawk Owl and Catfish escape in her rage? She abandoned the water clan and pounced towards Hawk Owl and Catfish. Clearly, she wanted to capture the 2 demons as bargaining chips. Kill. Hawk Owl and Catfish were naturally no match for the female light beast. If they went first, it was purely to alert Demon Monarch Quang Chong. However, since the female light beast was attacking, they couldn't avoid it. The 2 demons roared angrily and activated their demon clouds to meet the female light beast from 2 different directions. It was also at this moment that several thin threads suddenly appeared in the space behind the female light beast. These thin threads were almost transparent, and they were not obvious in the somewhat dusky sky. However, these thin threads were very strange. Wherever the light beast's light reached, the space would be swept clean, and not even dust could fall. However, under the illumination of the light, these thin threads didn't reflect any brilliance. Instead, they floated down. What was special was that these thin threads didn't land on the female light beast, but on the young light beast on the female light beast's back. At this moment, the young light beast was gnashing its teeth and cheering for the female light beast. Clearly, it had suffered greatly at the hands of Hawk Owl and Catfish and wanted its mother to avenge it. Therefore, it didn't notice the thin threads landing at all. The thin threads looked like they were landing leisurely, but in reality, their speed was extremely fast. Just as the female light beast raised her head and was about to spit out a light beam, the first strand of thin threads had already wrapped around the young light beast's back. Roar! The female light beast spat out a light beam from her mouth, carrying the momentum of killing the water clan. Woo! Catfish didn't dare to be negligent. It also opened its mouth and a pitch-black water beam surged towards the female light beast even more violently than the light beam. However, where the light beam landed, the pitch-black water beam was completely destroyed, and the light beam didn't slow down at all as it hit Catfish's body. Puff! With a muffled sound, the light beam struck Catfish's body, creating a dent that was at least several hundred feet in size. In the dent, countless demon chi condensed into a whirlpool to resist the light beam. Under the whirlpool, many strange demon runes appeared under the trembling skin of Catfish. While the demon runes drew the power of the stars and moon to resist the light beam, many of the light beams in the light beam were scattered by the thick layer of fat on Catfish's body. Although Catfish's huge body was tumbling at a low altitude, falling straight down for several miles, and even smashing out a large hole in the water with its tail, he was still able to fend off the murderous beam of light. Humph! The female light beast snorted coldly and lowered her head again. A ripple appeared on her curved dragon horn, and a thunderbolt that tore the void apart gradually appeared. Roar! Just as the female light beast was about to kill, the young light beast suddenly howled. The female light beast was shocked. How could she still care about killing the 2 demon clan members? She hurriedly turned her head to look at the young light beast. When she saw the young light beast's condition, not only was she shocked, but her eyes were also filled with fear and regret. At this time, there were more than a dozen cracks on the little light beast's back, and within these cracks, there were almost colorless light flashing. Looking at the sky above the little light beast, there were more than a dozen thin threads floating down. Child. Seeing that the young light beast didn't want to cry out in pain, but still couldn't help but cry out, the female light beast couldn't help but let out a low cry. How could she not know that these thin threads had already wrapped around the young light beast, and in order not to disturb her, the young light beast didn't want to cry out. Roar. The young light beast was still howling, and his eyes were filled with pain and grievance. It seemed that he didn't want to cry out. Mother, these things are really strange. This boy doesn't know when they fell. Chapter 44:38. The female light beast's eyes turned blood red, and the fear in her eyes disappeared. She opened her mouth, and with a roar, a blood-red beam of light shot out, hitting the threads falling from the sky. Not only did the beam of light contain light, but it also contained blood-red threads and lightning. Where the beam of light landed, most of the threads were destroyed and turned into nothingness. Only a small portion was blown away and didn't break. However, the moment the beam of light appeared, it was like poking a hornet's nest. The threads that covered the sky began to fall. And these threads were different from before. Some carried black chi, some carried blood-red light, and some were even multicolored. Damn it! Qilin Spider King. The female light beast roared angrily, and the space within dozens of miles shook. You're also a sun-devouring realm demon king. How can you attack a child with intelligence? Woo-woo. A gust of wind whistled from where the silk landed, and a large amount of devil chi descended from the sky. Within the devil chi, several spider legs that were dozens of feet long stretched out, and then a huge spider that was hundreds of feet long and flashing with a gorgeous brilliance stretched out its head. This spider's abdomen was spitting out a large amount of spider silk, which poured down like a torrent of water. Io, yes, you're right. How can this king attack a child? This king only wanted to kill you. Who knew that this child was on your back? How could I know? Could this be the legendary accidental injury? The Qilin Spider King's voice was a bit shrill, and there was a bit of cadence. Besides, who knows if you're trying to push this little light beast out to block me? Oh, since you've said it, this king won't care what your intentions are. As the Qilin Spider King spoke, its abdomen flashed with light again. The thin thread that was originally embedded in the little light beast's body suddenly retracted. Ah! The little light beast cried out in pain. Because the thin thread had dragged the little light beast's body and cut it even more, the little light beast couldn't help but fly up, roar. As if the father and son were connected, the little light beast's cries attracted the attention of the male light beast in the nine-child dragon steel. The male light beast roared, and the nine-child dragon steel that was pouncing towards him suddenly stopped in midair. Then, a heart-shaped light rushed out. Not only did it push the nine-child dragon steel 100 feet away, it even tore open space, revealing a gap. Boom! As the gap appeared, the male light beast went into a frenzy as if it didn't care about its life anymore. Its dragon horn flashed and pierced into the gap, and the scales on its body glowed with blood-red light. Countless amounts of righteous chi descended and pierced through the gap. A small portion of the male light beast's body peeked out from the dragon chi of the Nine Suns dragon steel. Unfortunately, before the male light beast could escape from the Nine Suns dragon steel, demon monarch Conchong raised her head and let out a dragon roar. She turned into a black thunderbolt and charged down. Lightning also appeared from her dragon horns and she attacked the light beast like lightning. Roar! The light beast was inside the nine-child dragon steel and couldn't dodge. Seeing demon monarch Gong Chang's momentum, he had no choice but to let out an angry roar and charged forward. Hong! The thunderbolts from the two dragon horns collided. Indescribable arcs of light and arcs of lightning burst forth. Explosions rang out in the air several dozen li to the left. Spatial cracks of various sizes crisscrossed one after another. Even the 9 dragon steels were caught in this wave of air. They were tossing and turning extremely. 4 or 5 of them could no longer take shape. Where the light landed, they still turned into stone steels. Looking at the male light beast, his huge body was flipped over and the light around him suddenly dimmed. The dragon horn on his forehead was a bit crooked and strands of blood-colored light came from the root of the dragon horn. Opposite the light beast was demon monarch Harp Chong. The black dragon's body made a turn in midair and immediately stabilized. The dragon chi around its body flourished, and its dragon claws grabbed downwards. The 9 suns dragon steel once again let out a rumbling sound, enveloping the light beast. This time, the 9-child dragon steel spun like crazy and a demon formation emitting the aura of the dragon clan appeared. Seeing the demon monarch gradually shrink under demon monarch Gong Chang's control, how could the female light beast not know demon monarch Gong Chang's plan? She looked at the 9-child dragon steel with some difficulty and then looked at the small light beast trapped by the spider silk. In just a moment, she made a decision. She raised her head to the sky and let out a long neigh. Then, the scales all over her body began to emit wisps of fire. Those wisps of fire were also transparent like colored glass. She raised her leg again, and under her hooves, the clouds of thousands of golden pearls suddenly converged into her body. Vortexes were formed in the air, and the outline of a tunnel that was hundreds of feet wide was instantly revealed. This outline also had wisps of fire emitting from it. Ha! Before the female light beast stepped into the outline of the tunnel, the Qilan Spider King laughed loudly. Is this the legendary reenactment? Last time, you relied on this technique to escape from this king. After 200 years, will this king still let you succeed? Following the Qilan Spider King's laughter, the 8 spider legs on both sides of its huge spider body flashed and extended into the void. Immediately after, on the left side of the outline of the tunnel, the 8 spider legs revealed sharp spikes. It was precisely the wisps of fire that landed on the outline. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A series of sounds rang out. The spikes that pierced the wisps of fire wildly surged with demonic aura. When the demonic aura crashed into the wisps of fire, there was a loud explosion. The entire outline of the space gradually collapsed and the collapse of the space spread into the tunnel. Io, not good. This king actually fell into your trap. The Qilan Spider King, who was originally confident of victory, suddenly let out a low roar and flew up into the sky. Unfortunately, before he could fly up, the space below him suddenly tore apart. The explosion of light and demonic aura collided through the void and crashed into the Qilan Spider King. The impact of this explosion was extremely strong. Not only did it cause the Qilan Spider King's abdomen to collapse, it also blew away the wisps of silk that were like flowing water. Naturally, the wisps on the little light beast's body were also blown away. Go! The female light beast let out a low roar and landed below the little light beast. As she shouted, the light around her body shone brightly and her body was about to fly into the distance. Unfortunately, she had only flown a few hundred feet when a brightly colored spike strangely appeared in the void in front of her head and pierced between her eyebrows. The spike was surrounded by demonic aura and even had a trace of netherworld aura. Damn it! The female light beast was clearly caught off guard. Her body quickly dodged and the spike pierced through the light around her body, leaving a deep wound on her forehead. Ha! The Qilan Spider King laughed loudly and said, "Do you think you're the only one who's scheming? With this king here, how can you escape this time? Go!" Seeing the Qilan Spider King break through the air again and the web in the air came down like a huge net, the female light beast gritted her teeth and shook her back, causing the little light beast to fall into the air. Then, she lifted her leg and kicked. So. The little light beast immediately broke through the air like a shooting star. The female light beast turned around and blocked the Qilan Spider King's head. The Qilan Spider King was stunned and then laughed coldly. What a brainless light beast. You've already fallen into this king's hands, do you think your child can escape? Didn't you see the demons in the water wave demon realm? They've already chased over. The female light beast was shocked and released her Yuanshen. As expected, how could hawk owl and catfish let go of such a good opportunity to claim credit? They had already moved their bodies and chased over. The other demons in the distance who were lucky enough to survive also shouted and flew over. Aoo. Just as the female light beast was distracted, a similarly colorful spike appeared from under her body. With lightning speed, it pierced through the light beast's light and pierced deep into her abdomen. The female light beast screamed in pain. Damn it. While the two radiance beasts were being suppressed by their mortal enemies, and the little radiance beast was being chased by demons, the family of three was in dire straits. 100 miles away from the battlefield, a ray of light flashed. Countless inscriptions surged within the light, and when the inscriptions shattered, a beautiful female cultivator emerged from the light. It was none other than Princess Baihua, who was as beautiful as a flower. Princess Hundred Flowers was no longer as frail as she had been before. She raised her hand, and true energy surged out. Just as she was about to raise her hand, a boundless divine will swept out from the distance, covering the entire water region in the blink of an eye. Princess Baihua's expression changed slightly. She hurriedly turned her head, but the clear light in her eyes had yet to be released. Rumble. From where the divine sense came, there was the sound of thunder. The thunder was faster than Whitehorse fleeting time. Just as the sound was heard, a fist several hundred feet in size flashed with lightning and came through the air. Boom. With a loud sound, it hit the nine-child dragon's steel. This method of killing the dragon's steel was extremely strange. Whoosh. The nine-child dragon's steel couldn't withstand the huge force of the fist and exploded, turning into 9 dim stone steels that scattered in the air. Ah! Demon King Kanchong was shocked and looked at the huge fist in disbelief. Fear appeared in his eyes. Then, the fist didn't seem to have any intention of retracting. It swayed and smashed towards Demon King Kanchong. Demon King Kanchong's body swayed and he shouted, Who is this senior? This lowly one is the descendant of the demon race's second sacred mystic armor Pentaceratops. Unfortunately, before he could finish speaking, the fist had already landed. Amidst the strong wind, Demon Monarch Harp Pet's demon body was imprisoned. Demon Monarch Harp Pet's figure swayed rapidly as the dragon chi around him surged like a spring. He wanted to use some means to resist. However, before he could do anything, the fist's wind was extremely fierce. The fist's momentum could tear the void apart. Even though he tried his best to block the fist with his dragon tail, his body was still smashed down by the fist. Not only were the scales on Demon Monarch Kanchong's body cracked, even her draconic chi was nearly scattered. Her figure smashed a deep hole in the water on the ground. Chapter 44-39. Hee, how interesting. Seeing this, Princess Baihua withdrew her clear eyes technique and slowly withdrew her aura. She then stared thoughtfully at where the fist came from. Damn it. Seeing Demon Monarch Kanchong being knocked down by a fist, how could the Qilin Spider King not know how powerful this newcomer was? He didn't even dare to release his origin sense. Demonic chi surged out of his body and the surrounding sky lit up again. He wanted to use his innate ability to escape. Gotcha! Without waiting for the light to form, several thick bolts of lightning appeared out of thin air and shattered it. Then, the lightning roared like a righteous spear and struck the Qilin Spider King's back. Ah! The Qilin Spider King screamed. Its hard carapace was shattered and waves of demonic chi surged out. Aoo! The male and female light beasts stepped out of the trap and looked at each other in dismay. The two beasts let out a cry and flew towards the little light beast without caring about the battle situation. Shwa! Above the heads of the two beasts, a flat lightning flashed and a tall and thin human figure walked out of the lightning. Wasn't that Xiaohua? You! The male light beast saw Xiaohua's appearance and immediately remembered. However, he opened his mouth and called out, Xiao! Xiao! But even after calling out a few times, he still couldn't call out the name of the human he met more than 200 years ago. Fellow Daoist Xiao? On the contrary, Princess Baihua smiled like 100 flowers blooming. Is this really you? Xiaohua glanced at Princess Baihua with a complicated gaze. He raised his right hand and waved his sleeve, releasing the Divine Power Centipede. As soon as the Divine Power Centipede appeared, its body lit up with golden light. Countless dragon-shaped phantoms rushed out from the golden light. Go, rescue that light beast cub. Xiaohua raised his hand and pointed into the distance. Those two demon beasts were your old enemies. I'll leave them to you. Yes, master. The Divine Power Centipede responded in a low voice. Multicolored clouds appeared under its feet and it flew into the distance. The male and female light beasts glanced at each other. The female light beast endured her injuries and chased after them. Senior. The Qilan Spider King's body tumbled a few times in the air before he finally stabilized himself. All the ferocity from before had disappeared. He transformed into his human form and respectfully said, "This lowly one is the descendant of the nether demonic dragon spider great saint." This lowly one did not know that the light beast was acquainted with Senior. At this moment, demon monarch Kanchong also flew out of the swamp. He didn't dare to say anything more and also flew before Xiaohua. He transformed into human form and said with a bow, "This little one didn't know that the light beast was old friends with Senior. I have offended Senior before. Please spare my life." Xiaohua had never concealed his strength. His sudden appearance had already displayed the strength of the supreme cultivator of the three continents. Even though Demon Monarch Kanchong and Demon Monarch Qilan Spider could deal with the light beasts with ease, they were merely demon monarchs of Tunri. They were much weaker than Bai Qingyu's Jade Wave. How could they possibly have the intention to resist Xiaohua? Moreover, they also knew that Xiaohua could take their lives with one strike. Since Xiaohua didn't take their lives, he probably wouldn't take their lives again. Xiaohua looked at the two demon monarchs and coldly snorted. He didn't pay attention to them. Instead, he turned to look at Princess Baihua and said with a meaningful smile, "Xine, I really didn't expect that I would meet you again in the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm before I went to the Jianghu Kingdom to taste the daughter tea. Our fate is really not shallow." Princess Baihua pursed her lips and said with a smile, "Isn't that so? In these 200 years, this concubine has been waiting in the Jianghu Kingdom without seeing you. I just came to the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm to look at the scenery after a long period of silence and met you. Didn't this concubine say earlier? My Jianghu Kingdom not only has the daughter tea, but also many magic tools. When will you return with this concubine?" "It can't be." Xiaohua also said with a smile, "In these 200 years, if Princess's longing had turned into water, how could you have such cultivation? Back then, when you participated in the auction, you needed this Xiao's protection. Now, you're actually teaching a demon monarch a lesson? If this Xiao didn't see it with his own eyes, how could this Xiao dare to believe it? What's there to not dare to believe?" Back then, a little Daoist cultivator was only barely able to escape because of the light beast's protection. Now, didn't you injure a demon monarch with a single punch? If this concubine didn't see it with her own eyes, how could this concubine dare to believe it? Princess Baihua's sarcastic retort left Xiaohua speechless. Fortunately, the light beast's memory recovered just in time. He exclaimed, "That's right, you're called Xiaohua. 200 years ago, it was you and this old man who saved Lin. But..." At this point, he couldn't continue. After all, Xiaohua's strength had increased too quickly. In 200 years, the light beast couldn't imagine that Xiaohua could become a human Mahayana realm cultivator. "That's right. It's this Xiao." Xiaohua helplessly rubbed his nose and said with a bitter smile, "If not for fellow immortals' guidance that day, I'm afraid this Xiao wouldn't have been able to reach today's cultivation. Today, this Xiao is here to repay the favor of that day. I don't dare. I don't dare." The light beast was shocked and said anxiously, "That day, it was Senior who saved this junior's youngest son first. The so-called training was just this junior returning Senior's favor." Xiaohua's words were correct. If the light beast hadn't pointed out the training ground of the light beast clan, Xiaohua wouldn't have been able to conceive a baby in the void, and he wouldn't have had such fortuitous encounters in the future. However, the light beast's words were also not wrong. Hawk Owl and Catfish had set up a trap, using the light beast's cub as bait. They wanted to capture the heavily injured light beast, and Xiao Hua's righteous actions had also helped the light beast greatly. The light beast had lured Xiao Hua into the void and only pointed out the training ground, but didn't provide any more help. It could be said that it had repaid Xiao Hua's help. Xiao Hua and the light beast didn't owe each other anything. Xiao Hua naturally understood that the so-called karma was entangled. Although a cause was a cause could also be an effect could be an effect, but an effect could also be a cause. Cause, effect. Perhaps only the hand of karma could understand it clearly. His cultivation was still shallow, so there was no need to explain it clearly. He smiled and said, "Haha. Light beast, not only did you and I get to know each other, but we also fought side by side against enemies. This Xiao was just passing by today and happened to meet you. I just casually helped. There's no need to say these polite words." Yes. Although the light beast was honest, he also understood that Xiao Hua not only hated evil, but also had a magnanimous heart. This was the human he was willing to get close to. Moreover, the light beast knew that Xiao Hua, who was now a Mahayana stage human, didn't feel any pressure when facing demon monarch Kanchong and the Qilin Spider King. The other party was just making a move. If the light beast was too polite, it might really offend Xiao Hua. He responded, then looked somewhat worriedly in the direction of the little light beast. Although Hawk Owl and Catfish weren't strong, the mother light beast and the little light beast were still heavily injured. As for the divine power centipede, he had seen it at the auction in the past. Its strength couldn't compare to Hawk Owl, so the light beast was somewhat worried. However, when he looked at the sky over there, he was a little dumbfounded. Only 100 kilometers away, the sky was filled with a bloody light. Hawk Owl's monster body had already been split open. Its two huge wings carried half of its monster body, and it slowly drifted down like a fallen leaf. A large amount of blood gushed out from the torn monster body, spraying into the air and dripping to the ground. Looking at the ground again, the catfish had been killed a step earlier. Its incomparably huge body had been neatly split into two halves. Blood that was even more violent than a mountain torrent gushed out, rushing into the river of the swamp, and then surging into the great swamp. Hiss. The light beast was dumbfounded and couldn't help but draw in a breath of cold air. Although he had easily defeated the two monsters, it was extremely difficult to take their lives. The light beast's gaze fell on the divine power centipede that was happily devouring the monster cores of the two monsters in the sky. An incomparably complicated look appeared in his eyes, and he thought to himself, is this still the little centipede that I looked down on that day? That day, not only did the light beast look down on the divine power centipede, even Xiao Hua, if not for the fact that he had helped at a critical moment, he definitely wouldn't have taken half a glance at him. The light beast retracted his astonished gaze and looked at the mother light beast and the little light beast. At this moment, the two light beasts were slowly flying back, but their bodies were riddled with injuries. Especially the little light beast, its back and abdomen were covered with wounds caused by the Qilin Spider King's spider silk. These wounds flickered with a black aura, which was precisely the opposite of the light beast's brilliance. Not only did the wounds not show any signs of healing, but they were even expanding. Large drops of pus dripped down the little light beast's monster body. Although the mother light beast kept licking with its tongue, and a large amount of light fell from time to time, the little light beast still frowned, as if its heart was in pain. The male light beast's eyes were more concerned than affectionate, and its body didn't move at all. If Xiao Hua hadn't appeared today, they probably wouldn't have been able to keep their lives. Although the injuries of the little light beast made its heart ache, it was still better to be alive than dead. Seeing that they were flying closer, the mother light beast didn't dare to be negligent. It flew in front of Xiao Hua with the little light beast and spoke in human language, "Junior thanks Senior for saving our lives." Roar roar. The little light beast sensibly raised its neck and roared in a low voice to express its gratitude. Xiao Hua smiled slightly, raised his hand, and bent his 5 fingers slightly. The black aura in the little light beast's wounds was easily grasped by Xiaohua, and even some of the fine strands that had almost penetrated into the bone marrow were extracted by Xiaohua. Roar, roar. The little light beast was overjoyed. As it roared happily, its whole body shone brightly, and the wounds on its body healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Thank you, Senior. The male light beast's heavy heart finally relaxed, and it hurriedly expressed its thanks respectfully. Woo! At this moment, a hurricane rolled up from afar, and the divine power centipede flew over proudly. The dragon aura around its body overflowed, and it actually condensed into a similar dragon shape. Chapter 4440. Seeing the dragon aura approaching, not to mention the three light beasts, even demon monarch Kanchong's dragon body shrank back, its dragon horns glowing with vigilance. Just as all the monsters were shocked by the dragon aura, Princess Baihua's surprised voice sounded not far away. Dragon sacrifice? Princess Baihua's words struck Xiaohua like a bolt of lightning. Xiaohua's body stiffened in midair. He understood very well that the divine power centipede had not only swallowed a lot of Mo Zhao, but also some dragon corpses and strange insect corpses. In particular, the divine power centipede had swallowed a dragon sacrifice. Therefore, the divine power centipede's dragon aura was very strong, and its body also had dragon breath. In Xiaohua's view, this dragon aura was not so much the dragon aura of the dragon race, but the dragon aura of the dragon sacrifice after it evolved. Of course, only the dragon race could recognize this dragon aura. Ordinary cultivators could not detect anything abnormal. Even ordinary dragons could not know what the dragon aura of the dragon sacrifice was. However, Xiaohua never expected that the princess of the chameleon country, whom he had only met twice in the bronze pillar country, would be able to recognize it. After a while, Xiaohua turned his head with some difficulty and looked at Princess Baihua. He narrowed his eyes and said, "Xine, this Xiao is somewhat ignorant." In this Zhao's view, 200 years is enough for a princess to become a country's ruler. However, 200 years is definitely not enough for a scholar to become a knowledgeable expert with unfathomable cultivation. Hee hee. Princess Baihua, who had already become the ruler of the chameleon country, covered her mouth and laughed. She was still as cute as she was 200 years ago. She beamed with joy and said, "Xiaohua, 200 years is not enough for an ordinary person to become an unfathomable expert, but an instant is enough for a person to completely change." Seeing that Princess Baihua did not reveal the truth, Xiaohua could only withdraw his gaze. He waved his hand, and the divine power centipede's body shrank to less than 3 inches and landed in his palm. At this time, the divine power centipede's body emitted a golden light, and that light looked no different from a small dragon. "Little Gold, you're quite greedy," Xiaohua said with a smile, but his tone was not reproachful. The Herculean centipede hurriedly replied, "Please forgive me, master. That big bird bullied this little one too much. It almost took this little one's life back then." "Hee hee, it's fine," Xiaohua said, "this old man just feels that you've eaten a lot. Now that you've become stronger, there's nothing else interesting. Thank you for your praise, master." The Herculean centipede was overjoyed. It shook its head and wagged its tail. Xiaohua put away the Herculean centipede and looked at the 9 children dragon steel in the distance. He raised his hand and made a grabbing motion. A several hundred feet large light shadow rushed out and landed on the 9 children dragon steel. With a series of crackling sounds, the 9 children dragon steel seemed to have been crushed. The dragon runes on the steel cracked and some dragon blood seeped out. The dragon blood floated on the surface of the dragon tablet and actually gathered into the shape of a dragon, trying its best to resist the light shadow in the space. However, it only lasted for a few breaths. Pa pa pa. A series of explosive sounds rang out, and the dragon blood turned into green smoke and disappeared. Looking at the nearby demon monarch Kanchong, his dragon body slightly trembled. Clearly, this 9 children dragon steel was previously refined by him. Although demon monarch Kanchong's blood essence was damaged, extreme fear appeared in his eyes. Not only was it because Xiaohua's strength was too strong, but it was also because Xiao Hua's method of breaking the 9 children dragon steel's restriction was completely the method of the dragon race. This method. Demon Monarch Kanchong only looked familiar, but he had no way of knowing how to use it. After breaking the restriction on the 9 children dragon steel, Xiao Hua raised his hand and made a grabbing motion. The 9 children dragon steel turned into the size of a palm and fell into his hand. Seeing Xiao Hua open his mouth to swallow the 9 children dragon steel, Demon Monarch Kanchong couldn't help but say in a low voice, "Say, Senior, this 9 children dragon steel was bestowed by my clan's dragon sage. If you take it away like this junior won't be able to explain it to the dragon sage." Humph. Xiao Hua coldly snorted and said, "This Xiao is the dragon race's dragon master. Not to mention the dragon weapon in your hand, even if this Xiao wants to take the dragon throne of the 4 seas dragon kings, this Xiao can easily take it. Who dares to say half a word? If you don't believe me, feel free to tell this matter to the black-armored Pentaceratops. Just say that this Xiao took it away and have him ask for it from this Xiao." Dragon Master? Demon Monarch Kanchong was shocked. Although he didn't quite understand what Xiao Hua was saying, it sounded really powerful. He didn't dare to say half a word more. After putting away the 9 children dragon steel, Xiao Hua pinched his chin and looked at the 2 demon monarchs, not speaking for a long time. Sensing Xiao Hua's gaze sweeping over their bodies, the 2 demon monarchs felt uneasy as if they were sitting on pins and needles. After a while, Xiao Hua opened his mouth and said, "Light Beast, how do you think these 2 demon monarchs should be dealt with?" The male Light Beast said, reporting to Senior, "This junior killed a descendant of a Qilin Spider King in his early years. Therefore, the Qilin Spider King has always wanted to avenge his descendant. The last time this junior saw Senior, I was injured by him. Today, this junior was once again injured by him. This can be considered even. If he no longer pursues this matter, this junior also doesn't want to make things difficult for Senior." Of course. Without waiting for Xiao Hua to speak, that Qilin Spider King hurriedly shouted, "This junior will now swear to Senior that he will no longer dare to find trouble with the Light Beast in the future." Xiao Hua's expression didn't change, and he didn't comment. He looked at Demon Monarch Kanchong again and asked, "What about him?" Demon Monarch Kanchong. The Light Beast was somewhat hesitant. He looked at the female Light Beast and the young Light Beast and said, "This junior isn't familiar with Demon Monarch Kanchong. I'm afraid that because of Demon Monarch Kanchong and Demon Monarch Kanchong had the intention to kill this junior. Since Demon Monarch Kanchong and Demon Monarch Kanchong have already been executed, this junior doesn't intend to pursue this matter. After all, in this 1,000 demons sacred realm, there are truly too many demon clans coveting this junior's bloodline. This junior can't eliminate them all. Are these your heartfelt words?" Xiao Hua frowned and asked. "Sigh." The Light Beast sighed and nodded, saying, "These are indeed my heartfelt words. Previously, Demon Monarch Kanchong told this junior that my Light Beast clan is too upright, and we offended too many demon clans in the 1,000 demons sacred realm. Therefore, our descendants are not prosperous, and our clan is not flourishing." And this junior thought about it, and felt that it was somewhat reasonable. This junior once heard humans in the hidden immortal continent say that those who are too rigid are easily broken, and those who are soft are undefeated. This junior should perhaps change a little. Yes, this junior deserves to die. Demon Monarch Kanchong heard and hurriedly shouted. This was all the bewitchment of Demon Monarch Kanchong and Demon Monarch Kanchong. They said that if this junior could obtain the Light Beast's bloodline, the devil chi in my body could be purified, and thus reach the devouring void realm in one fell swoop. This junior was bewitched, and thus fell into the scheme of those 2 demon monarchs. Demon Monarch Kanchong and the others pushed all the blame to Demon Monarch Kanchong and Demon Monarch Kanchong, as if he was as pure as the Light Beast. Xiao Hua coldly glanced at him and berated, "Shut up." "Yes." Demon Monarch Kanchong hurriedly responded, but suddenly came to a realization, and hurriedly lowered his head, not daring to say any more. Xiao Hua looked at the Light Beast and said with a smile, "Light Beast, actually, you don't have to do this. Light is to bravely move forward and pierce through the darkness. If there is fear in your heart, how can you radiate light? As for the light beast's situation in the Thousand Demons' sacred realm. Just as Xiao Hua was about to persuade, Princess Baihua suddenly interrupted, Light beast, if you're willing, I can introduce you to the Thousand Demons' sacred realm star-plucking tower. If you have any problems in the future, feel free to go find Star-Plucking Tower. Star-Plucking Tower? Xiao Hua was stunned and looked at Princess Baihua in confusion, thinking to himself, could it be that Zhu Qing has come to the Thousand Demons' sacred realm? Star-Plucking Tower? The light beast was also confused. He looked at Princess Baihua and said, thank you for your kind intentions, senior, but this junior still doesn't want to be sheltered by the human race's star-plucking tower. You're wrong. Princess Baihua said with a smile, star-plucking tower doesn't only belong to the human race, and you don't even know the meaning of star-plucking tower. Hearing this, a faint smile appeared on Xiao Hua's face. He interrupted Princess Baihua and said, Your Majesty, can you let this Xiao finish speaking? Hee, go ahead. Princess Baihua replied with a smile. Light beast, do you know of the three demon realms, Bai Qingyu, Sky Concealing Ridge, and Ancient Bell Mountain? Xiao Hua asked. The light beast thought for a moment and nodded, this junior knows of Sky Concealing Ridge. The demon king there seems to be the son of the demon race's first great sage. This junior doesn't know about the other two. Xiao Hua nodded. These three demon realms no longer belong to the descendants of those three great sages. Demon King Kanchong clearly knew these three demon kings. He said in surprise, Senior, when did this happen? Ni Quan and Bai Qing, what happened? Xiao Hua glanced at him and asked, could it be that you haven't heard of Qing Bo's banquet? Demon King Kanchong smiled and said, reporting to Senior, Ancient Bell Mountain is very far away. This junior really doesn't know what Qing Bo's banquet is. Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, what Qing Bo's banquet is, you will naturally know in the future. What this Xiao wants to say is that these three demon realms now belong to the demon race's seventh great sage. And this seventh great sage is this Xiao's old acquaintance. While speaking, Xiao Hua intentionally or unintentionally glanced at Princess Baihua. Sure enough, when Xiao Hua mentioned Qing Bo's banquet, Princess Baihua didn't look surprised at all. Only when Xiao Hua mentioned the seventh great sage did her brows slightly raise, and a strange light appeared in her eyes. Of course, when she noticed Xiao Hua's gaze, a smile appeared in her eyes again. Senior actually knows the seventh great sage of my Thousand Demons sacred realm? The light beast was extremely surprised, as if he suddenly understood something. Xiao Hua nodded and replied, that's right. The seventh great sage of your demon race is a heaven-defying lightning phoenix. This Xiao is very familiar with him, and this Xiao also knows that Phoenix Sage likes upright and magnanimous demons. He doesn't have any children in the Thousand Demons sacred realm. Currently, Ancient Bell Mountain, Bai Qingyu, and Sky Concealing Ridge don't have any more demons except Bai Qingyu. If you want, you can go there. Chapter 44-41. Actually, Princess Baihua said, Light Beast, although your light demon realm is mysterious and ordinary demons can't enter, your light beast clan is too rare. If you can obtain the protection of the Great Sage Temple's seventh great sage, who would dare to target your bloodline in the future? The light beast seemed to be moved, but he was still hesitant and looked at the female light beast. The female light beast said, Junior thanks Senior for your kindness, but this is a serious matter. Can you let Junior think about it? Of course. Xiao Hua smiled and took out a beast skin. On it was the symbol of a phoenix spreading its wings. He handed it to the light beast and said, this is the Phoenix Sage's token. Take it. Whether you are willing or not, there is no harm in paying a visit to the Phoenix Sage. It will be useful to your light beast clan in the future. Thank you, Senior. The light beast opened his mouth and swallowed the beast skin. He bowed and said. Then, Xiao Hua looked at Demon Monarch Kanchong and Qilin Spider King and asked indifferently, did you see it? Yes, this junior already knows. Demon Monarch Kanchong and the Qilan Spider Monarch were very adaptable. They hastily replied, the Radiance Beast has already obtained the protection of the 7th Great Sage. Whoever dares to touch the Radiance Beast will be opposing the 7th Great Sage. Since it is useful, this Xiao won't take your lives for now. Xiao Hua nodded. Demon Monarch Kanchong and Qilan Spider King were overjoyed and kowtowed, this junior thanks senior. However, Xiao Hua changed the topic, you can be spared from death, but your crimes cannot be forgiven. This Xiao will give you a task. You can go to the hidden immortal continent. Senior, please speak. Demon Monarch Kanchong and Qilan Spider King were puzzled and asked respectfully. When Xiao Hua told them about the sutra seeking extreme bliss, the two demon monarchs looked at each other. However, they didn't dare to disagree. After bowing, they urged their rolling demon clouds to head to the hidden immortal continent to kill Chunzong and his disciple. After the two demon monarchs left, the light beast didn't want to stay any longer. After bowing, he urged his cloud to go into the distance. Only Xiao Hua and Princess Bai Hua were left standing in the vast swamp under the nebula. The wind carried water vapor, which gradually filled the air in the night. The moonlight shone on the water vapor. It was truly a scene of ascension to immortality. Princess Bai Hua looked around and sighed. Someone once said that as long as I was around, he would be willing to stand by the river for 100 days. Nor did they get tired of it. But now, you don't even want to speak after just standing there for a moment. Yes, at that time, he was a wonderful person, and the princess was also a princess. But now, the person had become mysterious, and the princess had become the monarch. Things have changed with the passage of time. That's how it is. Xiao Hua naturally recalled his conversation with Princess Bai Hua back in the Copper Pillar state and sighed as he replied. Not only have things changed with the passage of time, but things have also changed. Princess Bai Hua looked at Xiao Hua with her beautiful eyes and said, speaking of that night in the hidden immortal continent, it was the most unforgettable night in my life. That night, that fearless little Daoist cultivator actually faced the demon race directly. And when the sun rose, that little cultivator actually followed the light beast and left. Do you know how deep of an impression this left on me? I don't know. Xiao Hua seemed to be somewhat unromantic as he replied. Princess Bai Hua didn't care about Xiao Hua's attitude and continued to say, since then, I have been thinking for many days and nights, this majestic man. What kind of earth-shattering thing did he do today? How many female cultivators' hearts did he quietly move? But who would have thought that after several hundred years, this majestic man was already so tall that he couldn't be looked up at? He had already stepped on all the obstacles between heaven and earth and stood at the peak of the human world. And behind him, in the shadows, there were countless legends and countless unfathomable secrets. Clap, clap, clap. Xiao Hua smiled and clapped. Your Majesty is indeed talented in literature, this Xiao really admires you. Hearing Your Majesty's words, this Xiao suddenly felt that he was a lot taller. However, listening to Your Majesty's meaning, the taller this Xiao is, the more shadows there are behind him? Could it be that in this world, there is a tall person, with a small shadow? 200 years is enough for a Daoist cultivator to cultivate from foundation establishment to heart-stirring. It is also enough for a Confucian cultivator to become a scholar, and it is also possible for a demon to grow from hair loss to wisdom. But, it is absolutely impossible for a Daoist cultivator to go from nascent soul to great ascension. Princess Bai Hua said seriously, Daoist Master Xiao, could it be that this is not the secret behind you? Your Majesty. Xiao Hua laughed and said, 3 continents, 3 rivers and 4 seas, how big is that? How many capable people were there? Your Majesty has never seen it before, but that doesn't mean it is impossible. Isn't this Xiao a very good example? Besides, my Daoist techniques are incomparably profound. Those mysterious cultivation methods have already been annihilated in the river of time along with the destruction of the immortals and Buddhas. No one can guarantee that this Xiao won't obtain this ancient Daoist technique. Impossible. Princess Bai Hua replied resolutely and decisively, not to mention the ancient times, even the immemorial times, or even the prehistoric times, it is impossible for such a technique to exist. Xiaohua said with a smile, could it be that your majesty has been to the prehistoric times? This concubine naturally has not been there. Princess Baihua said with a smile, however, this does not mean that this concubine does not know. Oh, what is the matter with the sutra seeking extreme bliss? The sutra seeking extreme bliss formed by the compromise between Confucian cultivators and Buddhism. Daoist Master Shao, why are you also interested in meddling? Also, what is the matter with the seventh great sage of the Great Sage Hall? What is the matter with the 10,000 stars transit of the sun a while ago? This concubine still has some clues about the Zhaohua Palace in the soaring Dragon Mountain range, but this concubine is really confused about all the things that have happened recently. Daoist Master Shao, can you explain to this concubine? Do these things have anything to do with you? Zhaohua Palace? 10,000 stars transit of the sun. Hearing Princess Baihua's words, Xiaohua's face tightened. His eyes were like lightning as he stared at Princess Baihua and asked word by word, you are Xine? The Princess Baihua whose nickname is Little Lily. The more I listen, the more confused I am. Princess Baihua, how could she know so much? Hee. Princess Baihua covered her mouth and laughed. This concubine is naturally the former Princess Baihua, but this concubine's nickname is Little Ro. That fateful night. Didn't this concubine already tell you? How could you have forgotten all about it? Since you are Little Ro, then can you tell this Shao that 200 years might not be enough for a Daoist cultivator to go from Yuanying to Mahayana? Xiaohua looked at Princess Baihua's mere literary master Cultivation and a smile appeared in his eyes. He said almost the exact same words back to Princess Baihua. How could a mere literary master safely go from the hidden immortal continent to the thousand demons sacred realm in 200 years? Furthermore, this woman who looked like she was only at the 4th grade of essence energy actually dared to dream of rescuing the 6th grade essence energy light beast under the full force of 2 7th grade essence energy demon kings? Does this woman not want to live anymore? Or is she hiding her cultivation? In these 200 years. What happened? Princess Baihua smiled and asked with interest, since you want to know, why don't you wait for this concubine to act, before you act? This way, won't you know the answer? There's no need to go around in circles. Xiaohua rubbed his nose and a bitter smile appeared on his face. He didn't answer this question. Oh, this concubine understands. A smile appeared in Princess Baihua's eyes. She didn't seem to need Xiaohua's answer and continued, that year at the auction, you were willing to act without regard for your life for a young light beast that you didn't know. Today, you saw me. Even though you were very curious as to why I appeared here, and you also wanted to know if I had the strength of a level 4 expert, but you ultimately didn't want to take the risk of me being injured and made the first move. Su Ji is right. Xiaohua, you are a too good person. Speaking up to hear, Princess Baihua's eyes revealed warmth. She looked at Xiaohua affectionately and said in a low voice, my dear Xiao, if time could turn back and today was still 200 years ago. How good would that be? Su Ji? Xiaohua was stunned and looked at Princess Baihua in confusion. Unfortunately, Princess Baihua only looked at Xiaohua as if she wanted to turn back 200 years of time. AI. Time is like flowing water, always passing by unconsciously. The past is always in the past. Even if there is a chance for 2 waves in the river to rise, they may not meet again for a moment. Xiaohua simply asked. He lightly bit his lips and looked at this mysterious woman in front of him and softly answered. You don't understand. Princess Baihua raised her head and looked at the river below. The blood had already faded. She shook her head and said, you don't understand this concubine's heart from 200 years ago. That night when we met, just a few words were enough to set off great waves in this concubine's heart. Perhaps this concubine wanted to use you that day, but didn't this concubine's heart also want to see you again? Of course, this little thought is nothing more than a girl's yearning for love. But Why did you only want to save the light beast that you didn't know and leave this concubine alone in the wilderness? This. Xiao Hua was somewhat at a loss for words. After all, the situation that day was urgent. After the light beast escaped, it had to go to the training grounds. He couldn't not follow. Moreover, Princess Baihua was the princess of a country. It was impossible for there to be no guards in Bronze Pillar country. She could go to the auction alone, so Xiao Hua didn't have to worry about her that day. But now that Princess Baihua asked in person, Xiao Hua couldn't answer. Chapter 44-42. Do you know? Princess Baihua stared at Xiao Hua and said, "You really are a good person. And a good person who doesn't understand romance. You ignored a beautiful woman who could have given you the entire Jianghu kingdom and went to save the demons. I hate you." Although Princess Baihua didn't gnash her teeth, Xiao Hua looked at her with an expression that he couldn't bear to look back. Xiao Hua's heart was filled with an indescribable feeling. He couldn't help but take a deep breath and ask in a low voice, what happened that day? Princess Baihua smiled bitterly and let out a long sigh before replying, I am no longer your I gave you the chance to call me that in the early years, but you didn't. If you call me that now, Su Ji will probably be jealous. Xiao Hua frowned and couldn't help but ask again, who is Su Ji? Is he your dual cultivation partner? Hee. Princess Baihua suddenly covered her mouth and giggled, I forgot. Although you are very familiar with Su Ji, you don't know his real name. Let me think, his current name should be Do Shanjun. Hearing the 3 words Do Shanjun, Xiao Hua couldn't help but gasp and his entire body stiffened again. After a long while, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry and said, in that case, senior. Unfortunately, before Xiao Hua could finish, Princess Baihua pouted and interrupted him, you just called me Jean, but after hearing Do Shanjun's name, you directly called me senior? You really hurt my heart. Xiao Hua helplessly smiled and said, senior must be joking. Junior's cultivation was taught by Senior Do Shanjun. Senior Do Shan is a great expert who hides his strength. I presume senior is also like him, right? AI. Unfortunately, Princess Baihua didn't have any awareness of being a senior. She sighed again and said, no wonder Su Ji praised you so much in front of me. Not only are you a rare Daoist cultivator who cares about the people of the world, but you are also a person who truly cares about the teachings of the Tao. I'm curious, why didn't you cultivate Confucianism? Why did you come to our Tao sect and become a Grand Ascension stage human? Hearing Princess Baihua call herself a member of the Daoist sect, Xiao Hua was even more certain of her strength. He was well aware that even though he was a Grand Ascension stage human, he was still far from being able to match up to the mysterious Do Shanjun. As for this Princess Baihua in front of him, she shouldn't be any worse than Do Shanjun, right? He didn't know what Princess Baihua was planning, so he didn't dare to speak carelessly. He could only smile. Let's go. Princess Baihua flew in front of Xiao Hua and very naturally reached out her hand to grab Xiao Hua's arm. Tonight, accompany this concubine to look at the moon, this. Xiao Hua was very embarrassed. He slightly leaned to the side, trying to avoid Princess Baihua's hand. This isn't appropriate, right? Unfortunately, even though Xiao Hua had already reached the Grand Ascension stage, he was still unable to escape Princess Baihua's grasp. Princess Baihua hugged Xiao Hua's arm and said with a smile, this concubine is just joking with you. Su Ji doesn't know about this, and he won't be jealous of Princess Baihua. But. Xiao Hua felt the warmth of Princess Baihua's body and the softness of her arm. He was very embarrassed and said 2 buts in a row. However, just as he was about to decline, he suddenly understood and whispered, Princess. Princess Baihua? Yes. Princess Baihua smiled. This is Princess Baihua's last wish. You don't want to disappoint her in the afterlife, do you? It's just a good impression. Xiao Hua said helplessly. Princess Baihua blinked and said, yes, it's just accompanying Princess Baihua to look at the moon. Seeing Princess Baihua like this, Xiaohua couldn't help but think of Fairy Jing. He sighed and didn't say anything else. Just like that, the man was like a jade pillar supporting the sky, his figure like a mountain, his aura like a rainbow, slowly walking under the stars. Like a little bird, the woman stayed by his side and hugged his arm tightly. She rested her head on his shoulder, and her black hair fell on his body. They didn't say anything and didn't need to talk about anything. Just like that, they walked through the night, the darkness, the wind, and the dew. When the first light of dawn appeared in the distant sky, the world turned dark again. Princess Baihua said faintly, "Ever since I started working for the throne, this feeling has become a distant memory of mine. Now that I think about it, to be able to spend a lifetime with the person I love, let alone the throne, even if it's everything in the world, it's nothing." Perhaps. Xiaohua didn't know what to say. He was still sad about Fairy Jing's death, so he really couldn't say anything to Princess Baihua. What an unromantic guy. Princess Baihua smiled and glanced at Xiaohua. She reached out and pinched Xiaohua's arm, saying, "Can't you say something sweet?" Xiaohua touched his nose with his left hand and bitterly smiled, "I'm afraid of being chased by Senior. That guy has a favor to ask of you right now. How could he be willing to chase you?" Princess Baihua smiled. Xiaohua stopped and saw that the darkness before dawn was gradually retreating. He turned to Princess Baihua and said, "Jean, the road will always have an end, but fate doesn't have an end. Fate doesn't have an end. Perhaps one day, you and I will meet again." With that, Xiaohua extended his left thumb and gently stroked Princess Baihua's eyebrows. "Yes." Princess Baihua closed her eyes and felt the warmth of Xiaohua's finger on her eyebrows. She whispered, "Fate is always wonderful. That damn Su Ji, if he had half of your sweet words, I wouldn't have." "Forget it, let's not talk about him." When Xiaohua's finger fell from between Princess Baihua's eyebrows, Princess Baihua also let go of his arm. Then, she charmingly combed her hair and smiled, "Since we met tonight, I've helped Princess Baihua fulfill her last wish. You can say that I didn't let her down." The night was silent, but Xiaohua's mind was full of thoughts. He thought about what Princess Baihua said after meeting her and knew that the current Princess Baihua was no longer the Princess Baihua from 200 years ago. He bowed and said, "Senior, what happened 200 years ago? Can you tell this junior now? My name is Xingyue." Princess Baihua glared at Xiaohua and said, "Calling me senior makes me feel old." "Yes, Fairy Xingyue." Xiaohua smiled, "So every woman doesn't like to grow old." Just as he said this, Xiaohua was suddenly startled. The smile on his face disappeared and he almost lost his voice. "Xingyue? Fairy. What's your relationship with Xingyue of the hidden immortal continent and Zhai Xinglu?" Fairy Xingyue turned her eyes and smiled. The dawn was like a flower blooming. She said, "Since you already know, why do you need me to explain?" Sigh. Xiaohua stopped being shocked and sighed. After this junior saw the strength of Zhai Xinglu, I've been thinking about which expert created Xingyue. But I really didn't expect it would be a Dao cultivator like you. No wonder you know so much about this junior. Fairy Xingyue nodded. "I know about you from Princess Baihua's memories. Then, news about you was continuously sent to Zhai Xinglu. I remember that in the Bronze Pillar country, you threatened to fill Zhai Xinglu's Book of Heroes. I think Zhu Qing was just flattering you that day. He probably didn't expect that among the Dao cultivators in the Book of Heroes, besides Grand Mist Ancestor, you're the one with the most records. Moreover, if nothing unexpected happens, when you come out of Xingyue Palace, your heroic deeds will definitely surpass Grand Mist Ancestors." "Huh, maybe." Xiaohua smiled. Now, he really didn't care about the records in the Book of Heroes. "However, I'm still very curious. What's your relationship with the sutra seeking extreme happiness? This is something that has never been recorded in my Xingyue Palace." Fairy Xingyue didn't mention Princess Baihua and wanted to get to the bottom of it. "I think even Vairocana revered Buddha and immortal Emperor Gochen don't know about it, right? Since it's so secretive." Xiaohua smiled and said, "Why do you want to know? If you don't tell me, I won't tell you about Fairy Baihua." Xingyue looked at Xiaohua with a smile, a sly look in her eyes. Xiaohua raised his eyebrows and replied, "If you don't want to say, then there's no need to. Anyway, there won't be a Princess Baihua in this world in the future. As for what happened 200 years ago, I don't want to know too much about it. Sigh, men are all ungrateful things." Fairy Xingyue sighed and said, "I thought you would be an exception. But after walking with me for a night, you forgot about Princess Baihua so quickly." Xiaohua, of course, knew that Fairy Xingyue was trying to provoke him. He didn't answer and just looked at the sun that had just risen in the distance with a smile. The orange-red color had already scattered all over the sky and was now slowly covering the earth. Okay. Seeing that Xiaohua didn't fall for her trick, Fairy Xingyue had to say, "I'm afraid that you're the only one in this world who cares about Princess Baihua's life and death. If I don't tell you, who else can I tell? Fairy, please tell me." Xiaohua stopped smiling and looked at Fairy Xingyue seriously. "Princess Baihua is a beautiful woman with a short life." Fairy Xingyue waved her hand and motioned for Xiaohua to follow her. While flying, she said, she lived in the palace of the Jianghu kingdom since she was a child. Although she was a noble princess, in order to obtain the position of king, she racked her brains to calculate and compete with the other princesses for fame and fortune. She didn't have much happiness. She participated in the auction at the star-picking tower of the Bronze Pillar Kingdom for the position of king. She even invited you for this reason. It wasn't until you met her again on the dragon boat that she began to have a good impression of you. And when you took action for the sake of the baby of the light beast, she was deeply shocked. She really didn't expect that there would be such a fearless man in this world. Chapter 44-43. Just when she was a little tempted, she suddenly heard a rather familiar voice. She had occasionally heard this voice in the Jianghu Kingdom's palace. If I'm not wrong, this voice should belong to the other princess's backer. But at that time, Princess Baihua wasn't completely sure, so she didn't tell you. When you followed the light beast and broke open Catfish's body, she escaped with the humans and demons. By then, you had already flown away with the light beast, so she couldn't catch up even if she wanted to. Old monster Jifeng, Ao Shui, and that stag king also seemed to have something to do. They hid in a corner and didn't allow anyone to approach them. Princess Baihua had no choice but to return to Bronze Pillar Country alone. On the way back, that person indeed appeared. He didn't even allow Princess Baihua to beg for mercy and killed her. After killing her, that person calmly escaped. When I passed by, Princess Baihua's body was almost cold. Princess Baihua went to Zhai Xinglu to bid, which was arranged by Zhai Xinglu. They wanted to find a few suitable bodies for me, and Princess Baihua happened to be one of them. At that time, my body was already somewhat old. When I saw Princess Baihua die, I simply occupied her body and obtained her memories. But at that time, my body wasn't stable yet, so I didn't find that person to avenge Princess Baihua. In the end, before I could do anything, Zhai Xinglu sent news that that person was actually killed by you. At that time, I felt that you and Princess Baihua's fate was not shallow. Last night, I accompanied you all the way. Other than fulfilling Princess Baihua's wish, I also wanted to thank you for avenging Princess Baihua. Hearing this, Xiaohua understood and nodded. The person who killed Princess Baihua should be Jianghu country's Prince Hai Tian. This guy's strength of 5th grade essence energy is more than enough to kill Princess Baihua. That's right. It's him. Fairy Xingyu nodded. Jianghu country's ambition is huge. But after you killed Hai Tian and a few Buddhist monks, their royal family was annihilated by the Immortal Palace's immortal soldiers. Since then, they have been unable to recover. When I returned to Jianghu Kingdom, I also uprooted Jianghu country's influence there. The princess who had led the wolf into the house didn't have any intention of killing Princess Baihua. Hai Tian running into Princess Baihua could only be said to be a coincidence, so I didn't kill the princess. Later on, I took the position of the queen of the Jianghu country and fulfilled Princess Baihua's long-cherished wish. Only then did I leave the Jianghu country. When I returned to Star Moon, I started paying attention to you because of Princess Hundred Flowers. Fairy Xingyue continued, I roughly flipped through the contents of the Book of Heroes and became increasingly interested in you. When I started looking for your origins, I suddenly realized that you are actually very mysterious. Even with the power of the stars and moon, I could only find out about your deeds in Longevity Town. After that, I couldn't find any clues at all. It was as if you fell into Longevity Town out of thin air. Later, Su Ji, who you met in Copper Pillar Nation and Black Wind Mountain Range, suddenly came to Star Moon. His purpose was the same as mine. He wanted to find out about your background. Because his love for talent, which was hurt by the Grand Mist Ancestor, has recovered. He wants to create you, the almost extinct Daoist cultivator, a good person. In the end, I don't need to say more. He also has no clue. When he heard about what happened between you and Princess Baihua, he also sighed. After all, he was the Copper Pillar Academy's judge at that time. These things happened around him. Therefore, he made another decision. He wanted to impart some cultivation techniques to you. To be honest, I thought that he was too badly hurt by the Grand Mist Ancestor. When he saw such a talented and broad-minded Daoist cultivator like you, he wanted to use you to deal with the Grand Mist Ancestor. At that time, I even scolded him for being crazy. However, looking at your current strength and thinking about his decision that day, I really admire his divination skills. I really don't understand how he could determine that you could cultivate Unstoppable Thunderbolt to the extreme in 200 years' time. I also don't understand how he could determine that you are the key to our trip to Star Moon Palace this time. After all, at that time, you were just a small cultivator with 5th grade essence force. You even dared to suppress Bai Qingyu's Demon King. Oh, speaking of Bai Qingyu, when we heard that you were suppressed that day, Su Ji immediately rushed to Bai Qingyu. He knew that the rainbow seashell was powerful and was afraid that you would get involved with her. However, when he realized that the dragon was only similar to your soul and looked the same, he left. It was only then that Su Ji and I realized that the news about you in the 3 continents was all done by the dragon. You didn't even show your face. Of course, I found it strange. I activated the power of Star and Moon to search the hidden immortal continent, Thousand Demons Sacred Realm and Pure Land. Unfortunately, I couldn't find any trace of you. Until yesterday, when I met you above the swamp. Darling Xiao. At this point, Fairy Xingyu's voice was as sweet as honey. Can you tell me, where did you come from? Where did you go in these 200 years? How did you cultivate your strength? Xiao Hua flew to Fairy Xingyu's side and listened carefully. Although Fairy Xingyu didn't explain in detail, Xiao Hua was still shocked. He really didn't expect that so many things had happened without his knowledge. Not only Dou Shanjun, but the mysterious Fairy Xingyu in front of him had also been looking for his whereabouts. It seemed that, except for the concealment of the space, there was nothing he could hide from her. When he heard Fairy Xingyu's question, he understood that it wasn't that Fairy Xingyu and Dou Shanjun didn't believe him. Dou Shanjun had never asked about his origin. Fairy Xingyu's curiosity was purely due to her instinctive curiosity as a female cultivator. Xiaohua thought for a while and said, Fairy, it's not that I can't answer your questions. However, if Junior answers Fairy's question, can Fairy also tell Junior where Fairy and Senior Su Ji came from? This. Fairy Xingyu's face revealed an awkward expression and her tone was a little hesitant. However, after a while, she said quickly, of course. Why not? Su Ji and I have already discussed this. Since we need your help, we can't tell you the truth. Otherwise, with your character, you might cause trouble again. Xiaohua smiled bitterly and said, is this Junior's character that bad? Didn't you just say that I'm a good person? You are a good person, but if you take action, you seem to be extremely ruthless. Fairy Xingyu pursed her lips and smiled. Su Ji and I don't want to take this risk. Okay. Since Senior Su and Fairy Xingyu are willing to be honest, I won't hide it anymore. Xiaohua nodded and said, Fairy Xingyu, tell me first. When you finish, I will tell you everything I know. Hearing Xiao Hua's words, Fairy Xingyu glanced at him and said coquettishly, "You are really cunning. I asked you first. How can you let me tell you first? Besides, Su Ji is not here at this time. I can't tell you first. Where is Senior Su now?" Xiao Hua understood and said with a smile, "Aren't we going to meet up with him in front of the Star Moon Palace?" "Of course we are rushing to the Star Moon Palace now. As for where Su Ji is now, I don't know." Fairy Xingyu replied, "However, I think that if Su Ji knows that you are here, he will be very happy. He can't wait to come and find you. However, if he comes, won't our peace and quiet be destroyed?" Hearing this, Xiao Hua was speechless. He smiled bitterly and said, "Fairy Xingyu, you'd better send a message as soon as possible. I am really afraid that Senior Su will hunt me down." He dares." Fairy Xingyu laughed again and said, "Besides, don't you still have me? If he wants to make a move, why fall out with him? If you and I join forces, Su Ji can only run away. Well, when Senior Su fishes the needle out of the sea one day, you two seniors will hunt me down again. It will be my turn to run away." "Su Ji fishes the needle out of the sea?" Fairy Xingyu was slightly stunned. Obviously, she did not understand the meaning of Xiao Hua's words. A woman's heart is a needle at the bottom of the sea. Xiao Hua said with a smile, "With Senior Su's magical power, it shouldn't be difficult for him to fish a needle out of the sea, right?" "Humph." Fairy Xingyu snorted and said, "It's not a problem for him to fish a needle out, but when it comes to fishing a woman's heart, he can't compare to you." Xiao Hua raised his hand helplessly and said, "Fairy Xingyu, I surrender. You can't always drag me into things, right? This junior has a lot of burdens in his heart. I always feel that Senior Su is watching me from the side. What do you think? If others want me to say it, I don't like to say it. Go ahead and enjoy yourself." Fairy Xingyu curled her lips and opened her mouth. A 3-inch long shuttle flew out of her mouth. This shuttle was different from the usual celestial devices Xiao Hua had seen. Not only was it transparent, but there were also many starry spots inside. These starry spots flowed slowly as the shuttle moved, like a small galaxy. The shuttle landed in the air and Fairy Xingyu formed a magic art with both hands. As the magic art was revealed, the surrounding space vibrated. Wisps of crystal-like heaven and earth essence chi fell into the magic art. After a few minutes, the magic art was completed, and a small starlight appeared on Fairy Xingyu's index finger. Fairy Xingyu raised her hand and the starlight fell into the shuttle. Boom! The shuttle suddenly dispersed as if it had fused and turned into a galaxy. "Go!" Fairy Xingyu scolded softly. Her hands quickly formed another magic art and hit the galaxy. The galaxy flickered slightly in the air and immediately flowed into the void and disappeared. Seeing the shuttle disappear from his divine sense like a drop of water falling into the sea, Xiao Hua's eyes became thoughtful. Chapter 44-44. "Xiao Hua, I heard that you know the thunder escape technique. Let's have a competition. Let me see the power of the world's #1 escape technique." After Fairy Xingyu finished speaking, she didn't wait for Xiao Hua's reply. Then, her entire body started to distort rapidly. Swoosh! Like a gust of wind, she flew out. Rumble! Xiao Hua did not dare to be negligent. He activated his true origin, and lightning surrounded his body. He also turned into a thunderbolt and flew in the direction of the cool breeze. The cool breeze was just a thunderbolt in the middle of the mountain. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 days had passed. In front of a huge mountain range in the Thousand Demons' sacred realm, there was a distortion in the space. Several gusts of cool breeze came out of the void and condensed into a human figure in the sky. This human figure looked extremely thin and flat, like a piece of starlight. After swaying a few times in the wind, it instantly became full like a balloon, revealing Fairy Xingyu's impressive figure. In just a few breaths, a bolt of lightning appeared above Fairy Xingyu's head with a swoosh. Immediately, there was a rumbling sound of thunder in the void, as if thousands of horses were galloping. Amidst the lightning, Xiaohua's slender figure also appeared calmly. Hee hee. Fairy Xingyu looked at Xiaohua and said with a smile, the so-called fastest thunder escape technique in the world is just this. In the past 10 days, you have not surpassed me by even one step. That's right, Fairy's wind escape technique has already reached the acme of perfection. It's something that Junior can't reach. Xiaohua's face didn't have any disappointment as he nodded and replied. Then, he looked in front of him and asked, if Senior Su came from the direction of the Star Moon Palace, he should be here now, right? Why don't we put in more effort to welcome him? Oh. Seeing that Xiaohua's figure moved slightly and was about to fly away, Fairy Xingyu seemed to understand something and said, Xiaohua, tell me honestly. Have you activated your thunder escape technique to the extreme? Are you competing with me, or are you afraid that you can't find the Star Moon Palace? Are you flying with me? Huh, Fairy, you think too much. Xiaohua faintly smiles and says, Junior's strength can't compare to Fairy's, so of course my flying speed can't compare to yours. Humph. Fairy Xingyue did not move at all. She pointed in the direction that Xiaohua was about to fly and said, that direction is already south. It's not where Xingyue Palace is located. Why are you flying there? Do you think that if I fly in this direction, the east will be in front of me? You can't tell the direction at all. You didn't want to overtake me because you were afraid that you would fly in the wrong direction, right? This. Xiaohua scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed. Forget it. Fairy Xingyu glared at Xiaohua and said, I have no reason to compete with you in terms of flying speed. If you claim to be second in the entire 3 continents, no one would dare to claim to be first. Zhai Xinglu's Book of Heroes clearly states that your strength is 1 level higher than your cultivation level, and your flying speed is 1 level higher than your strength. Xiaohua's face was bitter as he spread his hands and said, Fairy, you have really wronged me. My thunder escape technique is indeed inferior to Fairy's wind escape technique, so I was still thinking of how to ask Fairy for advice on the wind escape technique. You. Fairy Xingyu was really speechless. She scolded, you are really the same as what the Book of Heroes says. You want all kinds of cultivation techniques. Don't you think you are a little greedy? You know the thunder escape technique and have cultivated it to the extreme. Why do you want my wind escape technique? Don't tell me you still want to cultivate the wind escape technique? Hee hee, stones from other mountains can help Jade. Xiaohua smiled and said, I just want to refer to other escape techniques to better cultivate the thunder escape technique. Is that really the case? Fairy Xingyu asked with a smile, as if she had a better understanding of Xiaohua's character. Xiaohua said seriously, of course. How could I lie to Fairy? Haven't you lied to me before? Fairy Xingyu curled her lips and said, along the way. Haven't you been lying to me? Since his purpose had been exposed, Xiaohua might as well pester her. He replied righteously, impossible. Absolutely impossible. Forget it. Fairy Xingyu waved her hand and said, Suji has given you enough cultivation techniques. You don't have to insist on my wind escape technique. When Suji comes, I will ask him. Thank you, Fairy. Xiaohua hurriedly thanked her and then scanned the surroundings with his divine sense. He said, so Fairy and Senior Su agreed to meet here. Yes, this place is called Xingyun Ridge. In the early years, I came here with Su Ji to search for traces of Xingyue Palace, so I am very familiar with this place. We agreed to meet here and then go to Chitty River together. Fairy Xingyu said as she flew into the mountain range with great familiarity. Chitty River? Xiaohua was shocked and said anxiously, Fairy, are you saying that Xingyue Palace appeared near Chitty River this time? Yes. Fairy Xingyu answered and flew into the foothills. There was a waterfall that was thousands of feet in size hanging on the mountain wall. The surging blue water flowed out of the foothills in a magnificent manner and went straight down thousands of feet. Then, it crashed into the pool and the mountain stream. The waterfall hit the rocks on the stone wall and rushed into the deep pool. The sound of the water was so loud that it seemed to drown out all the sounds in the world. Fairy Xingyu landed on a mountain ridge opposite the waterfall. There were several huge rocks flashing in the light of the water. Fairy Xingyu sat cross-legged on one of the huge rocks. Then, she faced the sky, as if she was meditating. Xiaohua released his divine sense to scan the surroundings. Other than a few ordinary birds and beasts, there were no other demon clan members. He could only fly to another huge rock. Before his figure could land, an extremely cold chi rushed over from the huge rock. Oh. Xiaohua took a closer look and thought, it turns out that these are rare cold ice jades. I don't know if they were born here or if they were left here by Senior Su and Fairy Xingyu. Then, Xiaohua also sat down cross-legged. A gust of cold chi rushed straight into his body. While Xiaohua activated his cultivation method to refine it, his eyes were rolling rapidly. He was thinking about how to get the wind escape skill from Fairy Xingyu. On this day, there was a rainstorm. Wild water droplets poured down like the Milky Way, covering the sky and the earth. In addition to the darkness in the sky, there was a faint layer of watery light. It was somewhat similar to the heavy water disaster in the untainted land. The world was covered by rain. The waterfall on the mountain ridge was even more devastating. The water was several times stronger than before, almost covering all the mountains that Xiaohua could see with the naked eye. The pool and the mountain stream had been filled. The water rushed into the distance along the mountain stream, looking similar to a mountain flood. Fairy Xingyu and Xiaohua were naturally not afraid of the rain. There was not a single drop of rain falling within a radius of 1,000 feet around them. However, at this time, Xiaohua did not close his eyes to meditate like Fairy Xingyu. He had already opened his eyes. Looking at the rapid water flow, he released his divine sense and explored the surrounding water. Oh! Suddenly, Xiaohua made a sound and looked sideways. Almost at the same time, Fairy Xingyu also opened her eyes and looked in the same direction. In just a moment, a divine sense as vast as the sea of smoke swept over from the rain. When it fell on the two of them, it immediately withdrew. Immediately after, all the raindrops within a radius of 100 miles suddenly exploded at the same time. Amidst the popping sounds, the raindrops once again shone with innumerable splendor. When the splendor flashed, the world suddenly fell silent again. Even the sound of the waterfall had disappeared. Woo! In the void, a watery light suddenly appeared. All the water droplets within 100 miles were filled with this watery light. All the water droplets that came into contact with the watery light emitted a strange vibration, gathering towards the sky. In the end, a transparent human figure was revealed. Wasn't that the peerless beauty Do Shanjun? As soon as Do Shanjun's appearance was revealed, his starry eyes moved slightly. As if adding the finishing touch, the transparent watery human figure was immediately colored. A living cultivator stepped out of the rain. However, at this time, Do Shanjun was no longer dressed like a Confucian cultivator. Instead, he was dressed in a Taoist robe and had an extraordinary temperament. As Do Shanjun's figure moved, the space within a radius of 100 miles began to move. Even the raindrops began to fall violently again. Xiaohua. Do Shanjun's gaze fell on Xiaohua. He said in surprise, You have already cultivated to the Mahayana realm? How is this possible? Xiaohua did not dare to be negligent. He had already stood up before Do Shanjun's figure appeared. At this time, he hurriedly moved forward and bowed. Junior greets Senior Su. Oh, it seems that Fairy Xingyu couldn't hold back and told you everything before I came. Su Ji was not surprised. He glanced at Fairy Xingyu, who was still sitting cross-legged on the ice jade, and said, No. Xiaohua said with a smile, Fairy Xingyu only told me your real name. I'm still waiting for you to come over and explain everything to me. Humph, did you hear that? I didn't reveal anything about you. Don't wrongly accuse me like last time. Fairy Xingyu opened her eyes and said with a cold snort. There was no special expression on his face, which was far from the expression he had when he was with Xiaohua. Suji responded and flew to a cold ice jade to sit down. He looked at Xiaohua and said, "Did you get the jade eyes I left for you?" "I got it." Xiaohua nodded and replied, "Senior's divination technique is really amazing. You can actually predict what will happen 200 years later." "I'm ashamed." Suji shook his head and said, "I only know a little about divination. How could I be so clear about what will happen 200 years later? That day, I was just on a whim. I knew that you had some relationship with the Luo Yi Merchant Alliance, so I gave the jade eyes to the demon clan named Ingpa." Chapter 44-45. Xiaohua naturally knew that Su Ji was being modest. Just as he was about to speak, Fairy Xingyu said sarcastically, "I knew you would say that. You've only been a judge of the academy for a few days and you've already learned how to be hypocritical. If you didn't know what would happen today, how could you have given the jade eyes to that demon?" "I didn't say that I didn't foresee what would happen today. I just said that I didn't foresee it so clearly." Su Ji was not angry and only answered lightly. His tone, coupled with his otherworldly temperament, gave birth to an indescribable arrogance. "Humph, you're just a hypocrite," Fairy Xingyu said rudely. She snorted to show her disdain. Her expression was no different from that of a little girl who was quarreling in the secular world. Unfortunately, Suji did not take the bait. He ignored Fairy Xingyu and continued to look at Xiaohua. "Xiaohua, I think Fairy Xingyu has already made it very clear to you. This trip to the Star Moon Palace is very important to us. Of course, for you, it should also be a great opportunity. I think that since this is the case, we shouldn't hide anything from each other. Even if we don't gain anything from this trip to the Star Moon Palace, in the future, among the cultivators on the 3 continents who can stand shoulder to shoulder with us, you're the only one who can catch our attention. Therefore, we should face each other openly and honestly." "Unlucky, unlucky." Before Su Ji could finish speaking, Fairy Xingyu, who was next to him, cursed a few times. Then, she spat on the ground and said, "You haven't even seen the Star Moon Palace and you're already saying such unlucky things. Could it be that you're cursing?" "No." Suji glanced at Fairy Xingyu and said, "I'm just telling the truth." Xiaohua, who was watching from the side, was overjoyed. Xiaohua understood Fairy Xingyu's thoughts and actions very well. However, Suji just didn't cooperate. Xiaohua didn't know if he was really unromantic or if he didn't have Fairy Xingyu in his heart. Of course, the more the two of them acted like this, the more relieved Xiaohua was. After all, such a person's mind was relatively pure and would not be very calculative. Suji looked at Xiaohua again and said, "That day at Black Wind Ridge, I already used a secret technique to carefully examine your cultivation. There was absolutely no sign of damage, so it's impossible for you to have recovered your cultivation in the past 200 years. Then here comes the problem. Xiaohua, I have never heard of or seen any records of a human cultivator being able to advance from the spirit-severing stage in 200 years. And, if we use the strength standards of the 3 continents, it should be from the 5th level of essence energy directly to the 9th level of essence energy. I've already said this before." Fairy Xingyu seized the opportunity to speak. He just won't admit it. "So, Xiaohua." Suji ignored Fairy Xingyu and asked Xiaohua, "Can you tell me what happened in the past 200 years? "Humph." Fairy Xingyu looked at Suji angrily and said, "I've already told Xiaohua. If it weren't for the agreement with you, he would have told me." Xiaohua finally spoke. He smiled and said, "Senior Su, could it be that the Star Moon Palace is very important to you?" "Of course it's important." Suji glanced at Fairy Xingyu and answered. "Then it seems that my cultivation level is also very important to our trip to the Star Moon Palace this time?" "That's right." Suji nodded again. "There's a place in the Star Moon Palace that requires the power of thunder. I'm not strong enough, so I need to borrow your cultivation level. Previously, your strength was only at the 5th level of essence energy and could not help me much. Therefore, besides you, I also found a few others. However, I never expected that you would actually be at the 9th level of essence energy. There's no need for those people to go." "That's strange." Xiaohua asked, puzzled. I remember that when we were at the star-picking tower, Zhu Qing said very clearly that the Star Moon Palace is very useful for comprehending the power of the stars. Similarly, according to different cultivation methods, the opportunities are different. A Confucian cultivator can comprehend the heart of heaven and become a literary star. A demon king can sense the power of the stars and combine their physical bodies to become a great sage. A Daoist can break through the void and reach the realm of ascension. However, these opportunities are only for cultivators at the 7th or 8th level of essence energy. With my cultivation level, I'm afraid there's no point in entering the Star Moon Palace. Also, why does Senior value the Star Moon Palace so much? Why are you asking first? Fairy Xingyue glared at Xiaohua and said, didn't we agree? You tell us first and we'll tell you later. Su Ji nodded. Fairy Xingyue is right. The Star Moon Palace was originally discovered by Fairy Xingyue in the 3 continents. Her Xingyue was formed entirely to search for the Star Moon Palace. Our purpose of searching for the Star Moon Palace is different from the purpose of the cultivators from the 3 continents. Actually, we also want to see if we can find our own opportunities from the opportunities of these cultivators. As for what this opportunity is, Xiaohua, you're the first cultivator in the 3 continents who knows about it. I'm afraid you're also the only one. As he spoke, Su Ji raised his right hand. Boom! A huge roar sounded from the waterfall. The waterfall rushed up into the sky like 10,000 water dragons. As it roared in the air, it covered an area of several hundred miles around them. Su Ji raised his hand again and made a grabbing motion. Crack! The waterfall above the 3 of them immediately froze. This solidification rapidly spread in all directions. In just a few breaths, the water that covered a radius of several hundred miles froze. Layers of mysterious fluctuations slowly flowed on the surface of the solidified water. Xiaohua tried to release his divine thought, but the entire water flow was like a huge boundary. Not only did it block sound and aura, but his divine thought also could not pass through it. Looking at the foothills again, the rain was no longer raining. The water flowed slowly, and the green leaves and grass were sparkling with water droplets. It was a beautiful scene. Show off, show off. The corners of Fairy Xingyu's mouth curled up as she rolled her eyes at Su Ji. Then, with a flick of her finger, a speck of starlight fell on the water curtain. Whoosh! In an instant, the entire water curtain shone with starlight, as if a starry sky had enveloped the 3 of them. Hee hee, this is beautiful. Fairy Xingyu said with a smug smile. Su Ji's cold face was still the same. He turned to Xiaohua and said, Xiaohua, now you should tell me what happened in the past 200 years, right? Senior, would you believe me if I said that I was not in the 3 continents for the past 200 years? Xiaohua asked with a smile. Nonsense. Of course, you were not in the 3 continents. Is there a need to ask? Fairy Xingyu continued, Su Ji and I used our magic, but we couldn't find you. How could you have been in the 3 continents? Senior, you should know where I was last seen, right? Xiaohua was not in a hurry to answer. Instead, he looked at Fairy Xingyu and asked with a smile. Fairy Xingyu smiled proudly and said, of course. You were last seen at the River and Tide Temple in the Longevity Town. You even tried to stop. Oh, I understand. You were not trying to stop the sutra seeking of bliss held by the immortals and Buddhas. You were trying to stop that monk from taking down the Buddha roll. You actually know that unknown. Chunzong. At the end of her sentence, Fairy Xingyu thought of how Xiaohua had instructed the 2 demon kings to participate in the sutra seeking of bliss in the water wave demon realm. She immediately understood Xiaohua's intentions and exclaimed in surprise. Su Ji was still as calm as ever. However, he raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at Xiaohua with a strange light in his eyes. The sutra seeking of bliss has nothing to do with us, right? Xiaohua did not answer Fairy Xingyu's question. Instead, he shook his head and said, Fairy, don't think too much. Yes. Fairy Xingyu smiled slightly and said in surprise, the last place you were seen was the Longevity Town. It was the beginning of the Sutra Seeking of Bliss. However, the River and Tide Temple was not the last place you appeared. You failed to stop Chun Zong from taking down the Buddha roll and then mysteriously disappeared. Dozens of days later, you suddenly flew out of the Liao River. At this time, there was a Confucian cultivator with the strength of a great grandmaster chasing after you. If I'm not mistaken, that Confucian cultivator should be the inspector of the Immortal Palace. He discovered that your Taoist cultivation had broken through the late stage of the nascent soul realm and was preparing to capture you and imprison you in the Immortal Palace. After that, you and that patrol inspector both disappeared without a trace. Later on, traces of you appeared in the hidden Immortal Continent and the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm. This was also recorded in the Book of Heroes of Xingyu. However, when we discovered that the one suppressed in the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm wasn't you, we deduced that the traces in these places were the work of that white dragon. Of course, Suji also went to the Immortal Palace. Although he carefully investigated, he did not find any trace of you being suppressed. He even found out that 5 inspectors of the Immortal Palace were killed during that time. They were Zhang Qing, Wu Han, Sun Zhong, Sun Cheng, and Zhong Xing. As for which one disappeared with you, I don't know. Hearing that Su Ji could find out the information about the inspector of the Immortal Palace, Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. He wanted to ask Sun Hao, but when he thought about it, he couldn't help laughing. Sun Jian was the immortal Qingyuan of the Immortal Palace. Wouldn't it be 100 times more convenient for him to investigate Sun Hao than Su Ji? So he nodded and said, Fairy Xingyu is really insightful. Fairy Xingyu is right. I was discovered by the Confucian Great Grandmaster Sun Qing in the Liao River. He chased after me from the Longevity Town. During that time, Wu Han and Sun Hao joined in. I risked my life to kill Wu Han, but was later forced to an unavoidable place by Sun Hao and Sun Cheng. Speaking of this, Xiaohua smiled and asked, Fairy Xingyu, do you know where this place is? Oh. Where? In this world, there are too many unavoidable places. I don't know. Fairy Xingyu shook her head, which was rare. Oh. Xiaohua asked curiously, did nothing special happen in the Immortal Palace during that time? Nothing special. Su Ji nodded. I entered the Immortal Palace's Hall of Enlightenment and read the heavenly policy of the Immortal Palace. I didn't find anything unusual. If what you said was unusual, or Immortal Emperor Gaochen deliberately concealed it, I'm afraid I couldn't find it.